Greetings, everybody. My name is Coinstamp. I apologize for the lateness today. I have not been sleeping great. But welcome back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. We're on episode number 41. Which is just the most impressive thing ever, really. Hopefully we're doing well in health and spirit today. I have failed to once again adjust the plaques, but I do want to thank everybody for their past subscriptions and donations. I promise I will get a new plaque up, before this makeup stream on Thursday. In an effort to not show, like, old information, I'm going to refrain from showing that plaque today, but I do want to thank everybody in advance. Much appreciated. Without further ado, let's just get started. And hopefully my hair isn't in too terrible of a mess. Oh yeah, look at that thinness. Thanks for the stream. You're helping me relive playing this game with your brother. No problem, HBK. Also, welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit. Hope you enjoy your stay. Last time on Breath of the Wild, we managed to finish within 90 minutes Vah Rudania, and I feel like 90% confident we got the items in there. There really shouldn't be too much for us to have to worry about in there. And, you know, our time to do that would have been before engaging the Fire Blight, not at any other time. So, c'est la vie. If we get a chance to rectify things, great. If not, okay. Then afterwards, we began the long, arduous process of exploring the Eldin region, looking for Korok seeds, shrines, and all other sorts of fun activities. That's to say nothing of, like, what'll be to come. Today, we're gonna do more of the same. We're gonna hope to finish Death Mountain, and then we can move on to the Akala region. Like I said before, and I explained this on the Discord. Thank you. Glad to be here. No problem, HBK. Just for people who are maybe perhaps used to voting on things, at this point, I am pretty confident that our travels are not going to be too varied or interesting. Like, yes, there's like a decision to be made about, do we explore this tiny little sliver of a region first and then go to Akala, or the other way? But I don't think that's a particularly compelling choice. This is just the TLDR of what's on the Discord. You guys should join the Discord if you're not already part of it. I've been working on cultivating a community, one heart and mind at a time, and I've worked pretty hard on it. All shilling aside, today, Eldin, and if we can get to it, Akala. If not, at the very least, we should be able to complete Eldin within 2 streams. Akala will take a little bit longer because there's just more of it. Let's get started. And if you guys want to follow along as we go throughout the lands and get all these Korok seeds and complete all these shrines and all this other fun stuff, for you guys on YouTube, if you type in asterisk or star, BOTWMAP, you will get the interactive map that we are using in order to collect all 900 Korok seeds, because I cannot be arsed to do that, by hand the whole time. We would barely have hit 450 by now. For you guys on Twitch, it'll be exclamation mark BOTWMAP, and there will be timers going around that demonstrate or list these commands for you. So please feel free to play around and fiddle around with those. Let's get started. Now, of course, our very next thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be going to the Isle of Robic, because there are 2 points of interest there. As well as, like, a really novel, like, mine cart system. Like, that's also there. Now, the way you're supposed to go and get this is gonna be via the, There's essentially a mine, like a mine cart, like rail cart system. You're meant to use that to get over to these areas. You can certainly do that. You can also, and I realize I just kind of screwed myself, so I may end up actually having to do that. We'll see. We might even have to go the legitimate way. Where's the mine cart system at? Over here? Okay. Actually, it might be better if we do that. Let's do that. We can demonstrate the minecart system. It's actually pretty neat, all things considered. There will also be a minecart type system. 666 Korok seeds. I'm glad I had a chance to look at that, because now I can edit this. And so that'll be our standing count from the from yesterday's stream is 666 Korok seeds. We're basically we're almost approaching 7/9 of the way there. That's got to be like what, about 72 or 3% if I were to try to, you know, parse some of the math in my head. Ingest that for me, Sir Octorok. Ooh, yes, maybe let's not allow the raw whole bird to get cooked and turned into roast. This prized meat can be obtained from certain birds. It gets full points for flavor, nutrition, and volume. It pairs perfectly with other ingredients, or it can be enjoyed alone. Let me just make sure. Nope, that is incorrect. And it roasted immediately. Nice. So the minecart system is basically where we, you know, first went out to go towards Unobo, like that hole. Let me make sure the audio, like, readouts are here. Yes. Indeed. Oh, you again. Where am I? Didn't I already tell you? This is the abandoned North Mine. Oh, and this is the little ditty we all used to sing as we worked. Yep. Nope. Bye-bye. So now let's find where the minecart is. It's actually way back there. There are lots of ways to get to it. Might as well take this one. What are these birds? I just realized, here I am thinking about it. What do these birds eat? Like these pigeons and these ostriches, do they find or peck out the eyeballs of Octoroks or something? Do they find like bugs to eat? I'm real worried about that. Okay, so what we want to do is put that there. I believe there is a way to like sort of glitch this out so that you can go like super omega, like ginormous amounts of fast. But that's well, A, I don't know how to do it, and B, that's sort of boring. Also, this is one of the few times where doing this does not, in fact, result in you getting blown up and getting knocked out of the cart. And I have to immediately use another Another one of these nice elixirs. The only one we have left, actually. And then we'll have to, like, figure out what to do in about 13 minutes. Now, this one was pretty easy to get to, so I feel pretty confident it's a puzzle shrine. And then there's a Korok seed that we can also pick up while we're here. 86 shrines and 666 Korok seeds. I probably need to do is increase the stroke thickness or darken the color a bit. That's probably what I actually need to do. Let's skip this so I can pause. And then probably, like, lighten the stroke. That's too dark. I might have to, like... I think it's because I'm wearing a yellow shirt now that I'm thinking on it. Here, let me try this. And then make the stroke black and probably thicken the stroke pretty significantly. I may or may not need to put a background behind this. So if I do that... Okay, yep, that is at least visible, and now I can change this color back to yellow. There. Right, it's dirty, it's quick, but it's a solution at least. Now. Oh yeah, this one's a pretty big shrine. Oof. Slide that up. Now, what are we looking for in here? I am still working on getting the episode for Dragon Quest XI finished. I have to grind up the necessary levels beforehand, and then record, well, I guess not really like any kind of fake reactions, but, you know, I can't really exactly say, oh, you know, I've been here before. I'm not the kind of long-form content creator that's gonna sit there and fake things for people. That's just not my style. Okay, how do I want to do this? Slide over each one. Your brother loves this shrine? Is it because of how meaty and puzzle involved it generally is, or is there something else? I don't know if I have like a real appreciation for shrines like this yet. I don't mind the big shrines, and I do want hardier shrines. I don't know. I guess maybe it just feels overwhelming to kind of know where to start more than anything. Although I guess my tip with shrines like this, everybody, is to just, you know, take your time. Maybe kind of start. Go ahead and drop this and just grab this next one. You know, take it one step at a time. You know, all else fails. He loves the puzzles in here? I see. How about you, though? Do you enjoy the puzzles, or meh? They could miss me. Okay, we've got a torch. I'm willing to bet we're gonna need that torch. What do I discard to make room? Oh, I don't need to. We can just whip out a torch. And I can't do that. I have to walk. You love the shrine puzzles as well? Okay, so it's like a commonly shared, like, shrine you both like, then. That's good. Okay, let's figure out what else we gotta do. So there's water. Good, good. And you kind of just have to... Oh, there's probably a way I can kind of, like, force this. Or the game can just let me kind of do it all on its own. Okay, so actually you can just kind of follow these in sequence, which is neat. Wait. And that should cause the stairwell to lift. So far, everything's been pretty sequential. I like it. This is what, like, a proper, you know, mini dungeon might feel like. As long as they don't give me an apparatus in here, I think we're good. No. Never mind, yes. Just bonk. Watch me actually need that metallic ball. Or it can be, yeah, it's just like a little miniature gauntlet of things. One. Your brother and you have a lot of things you like in common. That is to be expected for siblings. Although, my sibling and I are more like diametric opposites than anything. Okay, there's a flame blade in that one. Useful, but what's in this one? I hope it's not a second weapon. No, it is just a core instead. Okay. Must be nighttime if I'm going faster. I'm trying to think. No, my sibling and I's interests have kind of converged over the years, but, like, our way of approaching it is completely different. So, for example, both my sibling and myself are both like or generally enjoy playing Magic the Gathering, a trading card game, but our styles on how we go about doing things are completely different. I'm a control mage. I'm definitely the person that does not mind, you know, silencing every spell being cast, removing every creature off the board. My sibling would just presume to go over the top of what you're doing, rather than try to control the board. Or, like, control only as much as necessary, and then combo. I don't know why I'm doing this. So this particular little tiny puzzle's actually kind of neat. What it wants you to do is light all these torches at about the same time. Yeah, see, if you try that, you'll just end up having to, kind of can't really, do this the conventional way. He is one of the siblings you have most in common with. Oh, do you have others? I suppose I've never asked that, but do you have other siblings? I only have the one. Okay, that's times 3. So that's the times 3. Oh, I'm trying to remember. I know there's, like, something you need to do to make this work, and I'm just forgetting what it is. Okay, you can stop them. Good. There we go. You have 2 sisters as well? Oh, so you got like a full house. That's neat. Are they older sisters, younger sisters? You know, some of each? I don't know why. I keep going back for this chest because I want to kind of take it, but I need to just remember that for the end. Okay, so we have this. And then our goal is to what? It's certainly not to just shoot these 2 particular ones, right? Or, yes, it actually is the point. One's older, one's younger, so some of each. Gotcha. Hold on. And then we have this one over here. But why? Brother is the baby? One older, one younger. So that makes you like, what? You're either the 3rd oldest or you're the 2nd oldest. And my money is on being the 2nd oldest. Let's just... I don't think I can actually do this, though. Yeah, absolutely not. Dang it. I just had to be faster with that. Alright, quickly, Link. The essence of time knows no bounds. Good. Whoa, there are a bunch of chests here. I've forgotten. You're right, I'm the 2nd oldest. My stepmother's like that. My stepmother has a sister and 2 brothers, and... No, I'll take that back. Nope, she's the 3rd oldest. I had to remember. Here's a lovely question, since we're all kind of talking about this, right? If you guys have siblings, how many siblings do you have? Brothers, sisters, siblings, depending on, you know, where on the identity spectrum they fall. I'm gonna put myself in the middle here. Yeah, I would like to at least grab the sword, but I'm not gonna... Nope, that is very incorrect. I only have the 1 sibling, and they are a sibling. I suppose if I were to really class them, they would be a brother of mine, but I prefer the term sibling. It's more ambiguous. Not only is it more ambiguous, but also, it's just not really... In this day and age, it's really not anyone's business. At least, that's how I see things. Let's go ahead and knock out these. And then what's with the patch of grass? Oh, I know why. This blue fire... You're meant to be able to, like, torch them with it. Okay, but it's red, not anything else. Huh. Huh. That's neat. I didn't know that. Yeah, I guess that's why that's there. If you want guardian weapons, I guess this is a good shrine to get them from. It's just too bad we're full up on like 10 other things. Okay, yeah, this was the puzzle I was trying to recall earlier. I said that you were supposed to light all the torches at the same time. What I meant was this particular one right here. There's no way to turn off all the spouts. You're kind of forced to have a torch with you. You could probably have done everything else with, you know, arrows, or, like a clever use of arrows for the most part. But here, you need a torch. Interestingly, I did try to do this without the torch the first time. I was also a much younger man then. That did not go over well for me. I was pretty upset. Okay, let's just do it like this. And as you can see, if you don't come in... Yeah, that's right. Light it up. There we go. All right. It's not really that difficult, but, you know, it's not as easy as I made it out to be either. Let's go back and grab that flame blade, and then we can get out of here. I didn't think I'd be spending 10 minutes in this shrine, but I'm spending 10 minutes in this shrine, and so we're gonna have to go do something about that. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to go do something about that once this is over. We need, what, 5, 6 flame... I guess that's not true, but, like, we're definitely not being silent. Okay, no. I've talked myself out of it. We literally have the suit of armor. Okay, so this one here had the flame blade. Good. Glad I remembered. Let's see. What else could I talk about when it comes to siblings? I've asked about how many. For those of you, you know, at home, you know, watching along, how would you describe the relationships with your siblings, your brothers, your sisters, and so on? I would say I have a pretty good one with mine. Of course, if it's complicated or really quite personal, please don't feel pressured to answer. You know, private life is really not quite my business, but I'm asking and I'm allowing other people to, you know, set that boundary for themselves. My relationship with my sibling wasn't always the best. You know, they and I, we'd beat each other up on the regular. We'd argue, vehemently shout at each other. Some fights got particularly nasty. We'd throw things at each other. Yeah, not the best relationship. And that's without getting too explicit or too detailed or what have you. There were some pretty gnarly low points in our relationship, but I'm happy that you don't really ever grow past the mistakes you make in a relationship, but I'm glad that my sibling and I we're way better friends with each other than we used to be. Like, by a long shot. Okay, we have 30 seconds, so we are, in fact, going to have to go grab a flame pot, and that's going to have to be at the Foothill Stable. We're going to buy a few of these. We're probably going to buy 6, and that should be sufficient for our purposes, at least while we're actually in the caldera, once you get out to Death Mountain proper, like, once you get out of Death Mountain, like, when you get into Eldin, like, the lower portions of the Eldin Mountains, it might actually only just be hot and not anything else. Let's equip a sword. Your brother and you were close, and you're pretty close with your oldest sister, but your younger sister and you aren't that close. That's fair. That's just life. Things are nuanced that way. Sometimes the reason we're not close with one another is mostly just a distance thing, different interests, and so on. Sometimes it's more complicated, more personal, more nasty. I'm not gonna ask for the specifics. That's not my business. But I just want people to kind of think about relationships, because in this life, and especially now with the world basically only a few steps from all-out war, I want people to find the relationships that, or focus on the relationships closest to them, especially spouses. Hold on to them tight, because the times are coming where the strength of those bonds are going to be tested, and if you can't maintain those bonds, that you're going to find yourself alone in this world. Yes, I'm headed to Goron City. Yes, I'm dressed like that. See, this is how tourists get a bad rep. What? That place is sheer cliff after sheer cliff, and I get so hot past the second checkpoint that your body will catch fire. Normally wouldn't stop a stranger from heading to their doom, but I kind of like you. So I guess I have no choice but to sell you these elixirs. They can protect you from the burning air. Even Goron City regulars usually take at least 3 with them. Ma'am, this is why I'm buying them. Okay, here you go.
Yeah.
If you want to buy them, yep. You know what? I'm gonna take 3 more. I'm gonna take 9. Because I want to be able to wear the armor I want to wear, or that I might need to wear, rather than fireproofing it up in the heavy armor. Alright. And now we can go back here, chug an elixir, keep moving. And we'll probably only need 1. Because I am just essentially going to go around the outside of the Eldin region and work our way in. Out of curiosity, and I guess to shift to a slightly different a completely different subject, has anyone seen the image of the, there's a sketch of the champion's last moments? I happened to be on Reddit today, and I saw that someone had, like, circulated the sketch around. Has anyone else seen it make the rounds? It's got this picture of, like, Rivali and, Urbosa both saying, "Do it," as they stare down their aggressor one last time. Go ahead and grab these. No? Oh, man. I wouldn't say people are missing out, but here's what I will have to say instead. That is not correct. No, I'm not wanting to do that. I stumbled into the lava, of course. Nice job, Link. There we go. That shouldn't have been that difficult. From what I've been told with that particular picture, the ones for Daruk and Mipha were too ghastly to show to make the rounds on Reddit. I'm sure the sketches are out there, and I do want to see them, but oh man, your brother does that a lot too? What's that? We're gonna go ahead and get about our business. Alright, so let's see. There's that one. So yeah, the next one's here at this Leviathan bit here. It's like right over there. Plunk! Let's go. Falls in lava. I'm usually pretty good about avoiding the stuff, but yeah. You know, all you have to do is tiptoe the... Well, you just dip your toe in and Link's like, ugh, I can't take it anymore. Kill me. Void me out. Although, in honesty, I mean... You know... In all honesty, I mean, what else do you do in lava? Like, that stuff would melt your limbs off. Sir Octorox. Come on, Sir Peplet. It's so funny to watch him do it in Skyward Sword. Oh, okay, at least that one has, like, the Wind Waker-esque, like, animation on it, right? It's like, like the animations in Wind Waker for that were pretty funny. Just the exaggerated rated face and the noises and stuff. Yeah, that's pretty funny. I have actually jumped a couple of times in lava on purpose. Unfortunately, for Breath of the Wild, it does not have the funny animations. Not really. At least not when it comes to stuff like that. It's more like out-of-context noises. That's this game's shtick, is out-of-context noises. Like the noise, the scream Link makes when he rests at the Goron City Inn, or the boinging around of the waterbeds at Zora's Domain. If I wanted to, I could make an out of context like soundbite that would be sure to make everyone laugh. And go Carlos, but with my name instead. A la Magic School Bus. Pretty sure this is where the Korok is. Now, we are... do I want to put something there? Probably not, actually. We need to take a photo of this as what's gotta happen. We're gonna go to our album. Select all. And delete. We need to take a picture of this for a quest, is what's gotta happen. Because this is Volcano Leviathan. Pretty cool stuff. I always find the concept of the larger-than-life dinosaurs, or just gigantic creatures and having their bones out there for people to find, I think that's pretty cool. I guess the most, shifting back to the previous topic, I suppose the most awkward this game gets, right, is, with the Great Fairies. Oh, wait till you guys see the level 3 and level 4 animations for the Great Fairy. Yeah, talk about, talk about explicit. you know, for children's games anyway. Although, I don't know if I would classify this as a child's game. Maybe teenager would be more apt. It's Boulder Breaker, Stone... Yeah, let's use a Stone Smasher here. Might as well. Those make me laugh too. I mean, yes, they make you laugh the first time, and then... I don't want to say rational people. You know, some people just find the Great Fairy beautiful, and I totally get that. But I kind of groan every time I see those animations afterwards, because it's like, really? Did the devs knew what they were doing? That's like the biggest thing so far, is that the devs knew what they were doing. It's kind of like right here. Sorry about that. The devs totally knew what they were doing when they designed things the way they did, and the artists and modelers did what they did with this game. One interesting detail is that Zora actually don't have navels. And people might be thinking, Coin, what are you talking about? Of course they don't have navels. But a lot of times, you know, if things are human, having a navel, a belly button is just like a super common thing. But the reason Zora don't actually have navels is because they lay eggs. They're fish people. Makes sense, but it's not really something people think about all that much. And for the record, I don't either, but people are going to be thinking about it now. I can tell you that much. People are going to be thinking about it now. Like, wait, do the Zora have navels? No, my headcanon has been ruined. Ruined, soiled, despoiled even. You like the one where Link hides his face? It's so funny. Oh yeah, the level 4 one? Oh, yeah, you guys are gonna get a kick out of that one. Did I not put a pin there? I might not have put a pin there. Wait, why am I drinking fireproof elixirs? Oh my god. I just realized I was an idiot. Don't need it. I'm literally drinking this for no reason. Alright, where's our friend, the metal cube? Oh, what? I'm sorry, what? Did that thing just teleport? I don't know, man. I'm just not gonna think about the teleporting Eldin ostrich anymore. You laugh every time I see it? Hey, I mean, it is funny. It is funny, but something can be funny and then also be gross. Or like have a social ick attached to it. Okay, and then up here, right below, kind of like here-ish, is our next Korok seed. Now, I'm not going to update that count. It's in front of my face, for those that are, you know, kind of wondering, what count is Coin talking about? It's in front of my face. I'm only going to update that particular count, when, you know, we start the stream each day, because we're gonna have plenty of chances to, like, look at the count elsewhere whenever we do a screen transition. Oh, and, something else that's at least moderately interesting. Yeah, the, Peblet drop table is actually a little bit improved, when it comes to the, when it comes to the, like, igneous Peblet, or, like, the flaming Peblet. they actually can drop gemstones. The other two, not so much. Or like, I'm pretty sure gemstone drops are rarer on the others as opposed to them. Did that rare ore basically give me nothing? You laughed one time you got ran over by an ostrich. It's so funny. Yes, this game definitely has humorous things in it. I definitely think the game definitely does have its funny moments, but unlike a lot of other Zelda games, I would say Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom by extension are... Is that a fire breath? Fire breath, yep. I would say they're a little bit more dark. Like, there are definitely plenty of dark spots. It's not the only game in The Legend of Zelda to have darkness in it, but it presents it in a less tropey way.
Attention, members of our fine audience. In just a few short moments, there will be some advertisements. Sit tight, stay strong, and hang in there for me, and they'll be over in just a few short moments. Thank you.
That, my fine friends, is the notice, because all my timers are based on the real-world clock. It's just easier that way. It helps me stay honest with myself and everything. Ooh, nice drops. That is the timer for, hey, Koi needs to shill some things. So first, the timers have no doubt been going off in both chats by now, but please consider joining the Discord if you hadn't already. I've already talked about it, so I'm going to refrain from talking much more about it. The other thing is, I'm going to do the whole promotional bit now. If you guys like this content and hadn't considered doing so already, please follow on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube. Those are free, easy ways to help the channel grow. Please consider sharing this channel with your friends, you know, whether by word of mouth or, you know, sharing it through links and so on, through social media or, you know, private channels like Discord DMs or what have you. Every little bit of exposure actually helps. What on earth? Ooh, is Dinroll down there? No, that's just the shadow of that's just the shadow acting. Nope. It's this giant thing's shadow. We are running out of time before I have to get one of Dinroll's scales, but I will get the scales, promise. Oh man, that's an incredible amount of distance. Are these guys gonna go to sleep or not? I'm kind of waiting to see if they'll head to bed. Hey there, Bear Type. Welcome back. Welcome on into the stream. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both health and spirit. I hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah, 600. We're a little bit more than that, but 666 was the starting count for the Koroks. I'm very happy about this, obviously. What we're gonna do is... Unfortunate. Well, at least I get to demo this. Hold on. No, you are not hurling things today. All right, that's it for the Blizzard Rod. All right, let's get ready. Oh, you're not wigging out over the... Oh, never mind. You like those pebblers, the peblets? Nice 4-hit combo, my guy. Alright, I need to think about speeding this up. I'll take that, thank you. Well, that could have gone much worse, surely. Alright, I'm gonna catch up on chat as quickly as I possibly can. Yeah, the peplets are pretty nice enemies. I do wish you could pick them all up, but, you know, that's up to interpretation, I suppose, personal preference. See you guys after the break. Sorry about that, guys. I went to go handle some business. It took a little longer than expected. I'm gonna have to get up in about 5 more minutes and go deal with that business again, but hopefully it'll be quick, no more than like 30 seconds tops. Okay, let me catch up on chat and then we can keep moving. Nothing on the Twitch side. Another funny thing HBK says is enemies throwing other enemies at you. That is pretty funny, usually. It's although it gets dangerous, so, laugh because it's funny, but then, be quick. Definitely be quick to, put a stop to that. It's all fun and games until someone starts tossing igneous pebblets at you, and then, you're on fire, and, your wooden equipment is gone. It's fun and games until the serious stuff happens. Was there an... Okay, I already got the arrow that was over there. Fine. I'd like to bump into another rhino, or, Lionel, actually. Rhino. So, I have seen, stuff on the net about, mods for this game, and one of the things that the mod, I want to say it's either Second Wind or it's like an individual mod, is, someone made a Dodongo mount. Someone reskinned a horse in this game, and it's a Dodongo mount now. You can probably find this type of thing on Game Banana, if I'm remembering correctly. That's where I found, like, Second Wind and stuff. If they, it's obviously these bigger-than-life mods have, like, their own websites and GitHubs and things, but you can find some of them on Game Banana as well. That happened to you, believe it or not? Oh, an enemy threw an igneous pebblet at you, and you lost your wooden equipment, and you were on fire, all that at once. Piece number 1. Nope. Piece number 2. Wow, I don't know whether to feel bad or, to laugh, because on the one hand, that's kind of funny. On the other hand, it's kind of a, color me impressed, I suppose, because having all that stuff happen at once is kind of an uncommon occurrence in Breath of the Wild. Oh, okay, so here, this is probably worth paying attention to. This rock here, this specific rock, actually, I'm pretty sure has a minigame associated with it. Let me go find the Gorons that are nearby for this. Oh, no, I'm not trying to impose now. It's more over I'm making commentary. And the commentary would be, I don't know which one I'm supposed to feel, but, hello. Feel the burn, brother. This hotness here is a training ground for manly Goron men. What? But that would imply there are Goron women. Or at the very least, that would be the soft implication. There are only men. You don't need to say Goron men. What's the deal with this? I would love to be, a literal fly on the back of the dev's heel for this, this dialogue. Get it? Heel? Ah, damn. Oh well. We climb this cliff like it's nothing to prove our grit. What do? Do you sonic speed your way up the cliff? If you've got some guts in that tiny belly of yours, then talk to my big bro up top and prove it. Oh, man, you just got an angry face on. This needs a picture. There, perfect. Snippable. Absolutely snippable. Out of context emotes, here we come. So sweaty, brother. Hi, I'm training and sweaty. Go me. I could do it. Brother. If I were a Rito, I could just fly right up there. If only. You mean if only you had a paraglider? Strength is king. That should say a lot. I don't know. You know, the Gorons are like a caricature of Japanese sumos and dwarves in fantasy medium all at once. Also, given what I know about this particular one, I'm going to go ahead and get the climbing gear nice and ready for this. Show me your power. Okay, we do have a movement speed elixir, which I'm going to go ahead and drink right now. Pump it up, brother. By the gods, I love me some muscle. Wait, is there more than just the goddess Hylia? I'm really curious now. Man, this dialogue with Heal and Beige are... I like that name, by the way, Beige, because it's... Anyway, I'm really curious as to what people were thinking. Like, whoever wrote the script for this, did they know how much of an incontinuity these, like, two simple statements from Heal and Beige would make? It might not mean anything. The Goron might have, like, might have ancestor worship. You could sometimes see it in, actually, yeah, ancestor worship would be a pretty big thing now that I think of it. Because they have the faces of their ancestors carved into a mountain or a nearby rock in Goron City. So maybe this is less, controversial than I think it is. And it's not really controversial, it's just, this has lore implications. Anyway. This training right here is our hardcore training ground, String Bean. String Bean? I'll have you know, you big oaf, that I'm no String Bean. This is funny, though. I got to use this guy's statements. String Bean. This is where we come to get ripped and shredded. It's where Goron boys become Goron men. But you know what? It's just too bad.
Too bad you're not double jointed. Because if you were, you'd be able to bend over and kiss your ass goodbye.
Right, leaving now. Please move. I ain't moving a muscle, brother. Not a single well-defined muscle. This is a special platform. Sacred, even. Only real Goron men, as decided by us three Goron blood brothers, are allowed. Besides, my littlest bro is in the middle of training right now. A brother does not interrupt a brother's training, brother. But I gotta say, you do seem like a real man of action. Almost like you have a Goron air about you. So what are you waiting for, brother? Get training. Yeah, that's it. If you can clear a hardcore training program, I'll move out of your way. Fine. Before we go to that training program, though, I am going to take a quick ad break as there's a bunch of barking outside my office, and I need to go address that. Be right back. All right, sorry about that, everybody. Am back. Apparently, the stepmom went out for groceries, and that's what the barking was all about. Okay, count me in, brother. Good answer, brother. We're gonna shred you to pieces, little man. Prepare your tiny self. Damn, dude, just stick with the string bean insult. Jesus. Okay, let me explain how this hardcore training works. The rules are dead simple. Simple as a deadlift, brother. Do you guys only know working out? Are you like the school jock when it comes to your dialogue? And here I am speaking like a valley person. Starting from the bottom, you gotta climb back up here within the time limit. But don't fool yourself into thinking it's only a climbing challenge, little man. You gotta pick up rupees as you go. Get up to the cliff within the time limit and grab a passable number of rupees. Do that and you pass the test. If you run out of time or decide to give up halfway through your climb, you'll have to return all the rupees you picked up. That's life, brother. We're gonna help you push past your limits, brother. Your physical, mental, and emotional limits. I'm not sure I want to push past those. Limits do exist for a reason. Here's a question I can ask everybody. What do you guys think about limits? Are they meant to be overcome? Are they meant to exist and you shouldn't push past your limits? Or is it too situational to tell? Let me just shift this over here where it's out of view. Ah, that's a bit better. Okay, enough messing around. It's time for the hardest of hardcore feats. I was almost gonna read that as hardcore freaks, and that would have been just as funny. Gut check challenge. Oh, almost forgot a tiny detail, tiny man. No train, no gain, and no pay, no stay. So yeah, it's 20 rupees per attempt. Damn, what about this? Every minigame seems to have this racket of, yes, you want to glide down off the tower? 20 rupees. You want me to have you fly through some rings? 20 rupees. Would you like to, break your weapons? 20 rupees. Would you like to surf on your shield? 20 rupees. This racket's gone on for too long. Here's hoping that Tears of the Kingdom makes these things cost less money. I'm joking, by the way, in case anybody couldn't tell. Let's do this thing. You gotta collect 100 rupees as you climb. A hardcore Goron man should be able to handle that, no problem. Even if you reach the goal before time runs out, if you don't grab enough rupees, you fail. Don't fail, brother. Got it? Good. Then it's finally time for Gut Check Challenge. Go! Oh, these characters are a real odious joy. Goal! That was glorious. Nice going, brother. Now let's see how many rupees you scored. Looks like you got 154 rupees. Unbelievable. You passed our training with the grit of a true Goron. my brother. In fact, you've earned yourself the right to call yourself the 4th Goron Blood Brother. I'm not a Goron. And you better not start referring to like the levels of challenges as like the string bean, bronze, silver, and gold challenges, or I'm gonna punch you. As promised, you are now allowed to stand on this sacred platform of Goron manliness. A real honor, I know. You're officially one of us now. Our true Goron brother. Brother, welcome to the family. And good news, 4th brother. That means you can do the gut check challenge all you want. As a Goron blood brother, you're ready for the hard stuff. Just let me know when you're pumped enough to try it. The gut check challenge. Yeah, how about no? I did it the once, but then not again. And then I'm pretty sure there's a Korok seed here. Yeah, where's our... Oh, it'd actually probably be right here. What? Okay, but like, what's up with this then? Oh, you gotta match the placement? It's gotta be like up here then, huh? Hey, that wasn't too bad, I suppose. Now let's go in the shrine, and it's probably not a blessing shrine. It's probably gonna be a puzzle shrine, which is fine, I suppose. Never mind. I'm pleasantly surprised, game. I mean, I won't say no to a blessing. What are you gonna give me for weapon, though? A frost... Oh. Yes, a frost blade. I sorely needed one of these. A frost blade and a blizzard rod are probably the best gifts you could give me if I were to be an aspiring warrior in this game, followed shortly by the electric, like, blades and rods. Have I mentioned how good the frost shock combos yet are? I'm sure I have. In fact, I know I have, multiple times. Multiple times in a single stream and in almost all the episodes, ever since the frost shock combo started being used in great amounts. Now, the thing I want to know, I already have an idea of where I'm going. I just want to know how on or off the map we are. Okay, so we can do this. And we're gonna... Not gonna delete that. We're gonna put a marker here. Oh yeah, if you need to cook, there's a cook pot right here, provided it's not raining. Absolutely usable stuff. And that over there, ladies, gents, and non-binary people, that's a kala right over the edge there. Impressive stuff. We've got the healing springs beneath us. Or like the hot springs. What do we want to do? Is this crusher time? Might be crusher time. And I'm thinking that there's a Hinox here. Yeah. Hinox. Complete with royal gear. It's attack time, I suppose. Nice. Believe we don't have any more weapon slots? Yeah, not really. And we already have pretty decent weapons, so yeah, I suppose that's it. That's the end of that. We're gonna go back to Gut Check Rock, and we're gonna start creeping around the outside of Death Mountain there. And to kind of work our way into Goron City. Kind of follow a spiral pattern, like I talked about yesterday. Let me just make sure I haven't missed anything on YouTube. It has been a bit. Okay, we're good. Okay. We can delete that pin now. We don't need it. And now the next one is like up here, kinda. And back up the volcano we go. And we'll have to put on our elixirs soon enough. What is everyone's favorite weapon in this game? Like individual weapon. I'm not talking about combos, and I'm gonna forbid my answer from being the combo. I think my favorite weapon, not weapon type, but like weapon in general, or not weapon in general. I'm sorry, specific one. Definitely. I mean, the bigger damage, the better. So I gotta go with with my friend the Crusher. I'm just a huge fan of the two-handed crushers. What can I say? In a game where I'm allowed to pick what weapon I can wield, and it's not just her dirt master sword. Okay, we're burning alive. In a game where I can sort of pick what I can wield, it's a nice change of pace. And I wish more Zelda games can do this. Okay, is this the correct one? Yeah, it's like right in here somewhere. We are also definitely all out of well, at least for now, all out of non-temperature stressing, flame combusting stuff. More rocks. Okay, and then we had that one up there. Okay, I know it I kind of know. Because we had that one. Oh, no. We're okay. Yep. There is something kind of over here-ish. We're going to put a pin on that. Welcome to Skyrim climbing. Anyone else ever, seam walk in games before? I've done it a few times when I know I can do it. It's a pretty joyous thing to be able to go somewhere you weren't really intended to go in a game. Over here. And there might even be a... Yeah, there's definitely a shrine element over here. Oh, no, 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 no. Wait, nope. That is incorrect. Nope. We don't have any reason to go there. It'll be down south. Yeah, there's like, it's like, over here. No, get up there. Do not void out in the lava. Please, thank you. And also, I'm going to be using this power a lot, Rivali's Gale. I am so glad I speed ran. I don't know what that object on my floor was. I am so glad I speed ran for Rivali's Gale. It has made this game much easier. And not just like, ugh, oh, I gotta climb the hard way. I don't know if I would have secretly gotten Rivali's Gale last in my first playthrough, because at that time I was definitely a little bit more of a hardcore individual than I am now. Something about welcoming the challenge. You're a fire breather. Your brother once did a game glitch where he could walk through walls? Oh yeah? Did he enjoy the ever-living crap out of that? Or was it a novelty for like a few minutes and then it stopped being interesting? Is this the... That is a cobble crusher, so it's the weaker one. My idea on glitches is that, you know, for the most part, I kind of consider them a novelty. They're interesting, but I'm not a glitch hunting enthusiast. I have better things I shouldn't say better. I just have different things I want to use my time for. That's all. To anyone who glitch hunts out there, you know, good luck with that, because I know glitch hunting isn't easy, like, at all.
Yep.
He did it in a hard game. Zelda 2? Ooh, glitch hunting and that's fun. Oh, hello. Okay, that crits. Now we use the other one. Get up, Link. There we go. Good eating right there. Although, please don't eat rocks, everybody. Ugh. So, like, eating rocks, like, salt as one thing, like crystallized salt in a shaker, I don't recommend it, but you do you. If I wouldn't recommend going out and finding hard rocks to just crunch on. You're gonna, you know, be in for a bad time teeth-wise. Oh, and I guess in Zelda 2, if we're still talking about the glitching there, that's gotta be a fun prospect. Especially in, like, a pixel game where I guess the precision is at least notable, right? It's not like... I feel like if there are games that you can glitch hunt for, it would be the 2D ones. I think a lot more people have the skill for that. When you start adding a third axis of movement, it does make things, difficult, to say the least. There's, like, a lot of precision involved in Ocarina of Time glitches, for example, where you've got, like, hessing, you've got the hover, the bomb sliding, backwards hovering, wrong warps. I could go on. I know a handful of glitches, but I couldn't execute them. Or like the most famous one of all is probably like Link's Bottle Adventure. That's always a fun one to watch. Man, we sure are finding a lot of these rocks, aren't we? Okay, that one's another... Alright, so actually when I look at it, we can kind of form like a crescent shape with the Korok seeds for what it's worth. So we have one here. The next one's kind of like... I can see it. Let's put a pin there. That's not to say, you know, 2D glitches are easy. I just think they're easier. Although I guess really it's more about inputs and like how precise the inputs are. There's a content creator I watch. His name is Oats and Goats, and he often talks about, you know, how involved the glitches in Super Metroid are, and down to like the frame inputs for some of them if necessary. Like, he's very skilled at what he does, and he spent many a year perfecting it. And I always like his little mock-ups of random chatters. I'll never forget the word, what was it, bonerific? I think that's the word? Yeah, bonerific. People were grilling, like, just absolutely singing praises on that word. That said, you know, his chat room is also full of soft trolls, as I like to call it. These are people that have just kind of... Oh, it's like under here, ain't it? Or maybe I don't have it quite right. Let me make sure. Okay, so there's that hill there. Slide down. I am looking for rocks. Yeah, it's down here. I see it. I even pointed it out, and I still couldn't find... Like, I still had to consult the map. Ah, talk about skilled. I don't know if Oats and Goats' style of audience or humor is what I really want to be cultivating. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. I want to make sure I've been abundantly clear on that, and I continue to be clear on that. There's nothing wrong with the content style he's gone for. I just don't know if it's something I want to do. I'm very serious. I am a serious person. Yeah, I can joke, but... yeah, I have humor, but... Oh, is that what that rock is for? Yeah, I just came to the realization that that's what that rock is for. Glad I figured it out sooner rather than later. Also, I guess that style of mockery as a form of humor is not really something I think I can deliver on. I'm more of the, I'll listen to everybody's problems. If they want advice, I'll dole it out. If not, you know, okay, not necessary. Alright, so our next one is actually like here. We're getting to going to the dangerous parts of the land, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary people. Very dangerous parts of the land. As in, we can strand ourselves if we're not careful. I mean, not really. We can always warp out, but still. Alright, now what do we have? We have to do this.
Protection is now ready to roll.
Thank you, Daruk. Can you ask me a question? Sure. Sure. My veracity for answering it will depend on what the question is, but feel free to ask. Okay, I gotta figure out a different, like, angle of attack on this. Got it. Okay, next one is kind of like here-ish. We're gonna warp over. Not even mess around with trying to get out of the lava. Humor isn't exactly something I cultivate well. I try, but I'm more known for being gentle. Although I hesitate to describe myself with any form of verbiage, or like any form of adjective, because to do so would be to sort of say, oh, you're the exemplar for this thing. Or people will have ready-made instances to say you're not this thing. So I definitely hesitate to do so, but I'd like to think I'm a gentle person. I try to listen to everybody as best I can. I try to take everybody's input into consideration. Now, sometimes, you know, you have to maybe... You have to maybe, and I'll answer that statement in just a second. You can't always take every bit of input you can. Sometimes input is junk. Not only is sometimes is the input junk, but in some other cases, the input is like an active troll, you know, meant to harm. And it's kind of up to the content creator to kind of like discern which is what, but... I do my best to try to give everybody the benefit of the doubt when it comes to, I want to figure out what this is, and also our next one starts, like, up here. I try to give everybody the benefit of the doubt when it comes to, you know, submitting input, and, I try to extend good courtesy to people. So I'd like to think most people are not active trolls. At least the actual humans on the net are not actual trolls. Now, to move on to your statement here, I cannot believe... How do you feel about a YouTube content creator tearing down someone in his own chat on his own stream? Depends. If it's like an earnest teardown, no. I mean, they shouldn't do that. And ideally, you should just not do that anyway. But sometimes... You know, you gotta teach a troll a lesson. If someone is being obnoxious in chat, and it's clear that your warnings aren't getting through to them, then you have to do something. And the steaming hot slag pile of a lecture that comes afterwards, I would like to think serves as the warning not to, for other people not to do that. At least that's how I see things. But if you're wanting to be the most professional person on in the whole entire world, you're better off just ripping that person a new one in private if you care enough to do so. All right, what is our next plan of attack? Maybe go back here to this shrine? I realize I'm not quite doing a spiral pattern, but I am trying to, like, keep things orderly and keep us from having to double back to the city too many times. Why ask, HBK? If you don't mind my asking, I'm sure there's a reason for your question. Not that you need one, but I'm quite certain that doesn't come without a reason attached to it. Ooh, minecart. Nice. Do I need it? No. But it's nice to see a rail cart system here. And it is time to once again drink it up. Really? All this for a rock? Rock? I need a big ass rock. Maybe something like a cinder block would be better. Joking, of course. I'm not gonna rip that off too much. There's a content creator I watch that has that as one of the things they regularly say. It was not someone being obnoxious. He was tearing down the person because they were having trouble reading. Then no, that's just a shitty person. That is a crappy content creator. And I would avoid them. I would avoid them with, you know, a 10-foot pole at all costs. Don't even let someone hear. Don't even let someone hear that name. Deny them traffic. Do whatever you have to do to make them somewhat less successful. I don't know. For what it's worth, I hope this person was not, you know, tearing into you or anything like that. Or obviously it was someone else, but I certainly hope it wasn't you, to say the least. No, people struggle with things, ladies and gentlemen. This is why, you know, I have my audience. My audience is, for the large part, English is their second language. Like, my time zones my times that I'm live tend to attract a European audience. I'm perfectly fine with this. I realize that English is a second language for many people, and I certainly don't assume that people can have like a fine grasp of it like I do. So I make sure that when I'm reading everyone's statements, you know, if I know that English is not their first language, you know, I interpret the statement as though they had typed it perfectly, and I'll try to read it as though they've typed it perfectly, so that other people who want to read the chat can do so. And they're not sitting there parsing the sentence. They can hear it right from me. After all, wordsmithing and manipulating the English language is kind of something fun I do when I'm in sorry, I'm having a hard time starting the sentence. Goes to show you, you can fumble things in your primary language all the time. When I'm by myself is when I'll sometimes fiddle around with words and the way they're put together. Hey there, Radiant Wisp. Welcome on in. Welcome back. Good to see you. Definitely more Zelda. It's going to be more Zelda for a while. How am I doing today? I am fine in both health and spirit. How are you in health and spirit? I hope they're both good. I hope that your mind is as well as your physical body is. I hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah, how have things been? I haven't seen you in a hot minute. How quick is that? Quick, but not super quick. Okay. Very good, thank you. No problem, Radiant Wisp. Moving back to YouTube here. Making sure I haven't missed those comments. He unsubbed to him and left the chat. Good. And no, it wasn't you. Even better. But the other part of that is at least good. You think you stopped checking Twitch during the day because you're able to focus on work now? Hey, that is perfectly fine by me. Do whatever works for you. And if that means putting background music on, so be it. I want people to be able to keep their jobs and hold on to them tight, especially given the current geopolitical climb. Good job security is important. You won't catch me complaining about streamer related meta things too often. A, it's not worth the time, and B, can be off-putting. But I do also like to advertise my streaming space as a place where other content creators can come in and complain about things professionally. I think we all could use that. It's tough keeping up a stoic face in front of your audience. Or even if you don't do that, right? Even if you are the most legitimate wholesale person in front of your audience. Us content creators have a game to play. We're trying to attract people to come here for what that's worth. It's like right here. We all gotta play the game, which you guys just lost if you were listening, by the way. I did too. I did too by saying it. But I want this space to be a place where everybody can bare their soul if they want to, or if they just want to come in and relax after a long day of work, they can. Kind of an impossible task for yours truly, but I try to walk as many worlds, as many lines as I possibly can. Now, I see it. Is it one of those, the Koroks in a cave bits, or is it something else? Yeah, there might be something underneath here. Let me check. Check under the roof of that mouth. Man, that Korok's got a toothy grin. Hopefully things are going well for you at work as well, Radiant Wisp. Or anybody else, for that matter. Speaking of work, and I'm glad those words were actually said in a stream today. As a reminder to everybody, I'm not going to be streaming next Monday or Wednesday, as I will be off at a client job, and I'm not going to be able to stream those days. I am a house sitter. That is what I do for a living. I house sit and pet sit at people's houses, and I generally stay at the house and tend to it while they're gone. Or I guess as well, you know, if they want to be there, they could totally be there. And I just help with like maintenance and upkeep and other things. I haven't really experienced what it's like when the tenant actually returns back home each day. It's a different experience, to be sure. But I normally the clients are gone. While I'm doing my thing. Moving back to YouTube for a second, he picked on the person because she was having trouble spelling. And reading that you do that yourself just made me mad. Yikes. That's an omega yikes. Yeah, I'm glad you left that space for what it's worth, HBK. Please continue setting that example for yourself and other people, and continue doing that. If someone's being shitty, don't enable them. Radiant Wisp, moving back over to Twitch, and then I'll keep things moving. How was your barbecue dinner? Oh, it was fantastic. Let's see. Yeah, I think it might have been a week ago. I can actually look at the photo and I can give you an idea of when that is. I'm pretty sure it was at least 6 days ago. Fantastic. I had a cowboy burger, which was a barbecue burger with onion rings and stuff.
Attention, members of our fine audience. In just a few short moments, there will be some advertisements. Sit tight, stay strong, and hang in there for me, and they'll be over in just a few short moments. Thank you.
Yeah, about 6 days ago. It's when I managed to post that pretty much when I was eating. Yeah, it was a barbecue burger with oh god, I'm trying to remember. It was a patty cooked well done with barbecue sauce, fried onions, and plenty of cabbage. It was quite good. With their assembled barbecue sauce and fries with fondue cheese on them. Yeah, it was good. I even got to take some banana pudding home. I didn't take a snap of that because it was kind of a whiff. The banana pudding ended up being a whiff, but yeah, the rest of it, I don't know if it was nacho cheese or fondue cheese. I'm pretty confident it's fondue cheese. I would have tasted the cumin or other seasonings if it were nacho cheese. But yes, the fries were fantastic. I would definitely eat there again. Both my dad and my uncle who were there with me, they basically split a meat plate with like whole chicken, brisket, pulled pork, and hash with like rice and a couple of other sides. We had some good eating that day. I am not normally the biggest fan of barbecue, so it's nice when a barbecue joint is a bit more catering to my own sensibilities. Have you ever had cheese fondue? I've never had any in the U.S., but was a big fan of one place in Ukraine that served cheese fondue. Coin is having to rack his memory banks. 1 second. I think I've had fondue cheese, and I guess nacho cheese is like pretty similar to that. It's not quite the same, but it's close. I've had them 2 times in my life. One was at like this Tex-Mex joint. I forget the name, but they had like nacho fries, which was pretty good, along with like queso, guac, and other stuff. The other one was when I was back in high school. During my junior prom, back when schools were still doing those things, we had a masquerade ball theme as the junior prom. So everyone came in with tuxes. If you wanted to put on a masquerade mask, you were allowed to do so. Whether you made one or you bought one. But needless to say, I came in and there was both fondue chocolate and fondue cheese, along with finger food. It was pretty good. Although that was, I'm 33. No, I'm not quite 33. I'm 32, getting ready to be 33. And that was, God, would that have been 16 years ago? Yeah, about 16 years ago. Long time. You're thinking more, they bring you a little pot of cheese with a candle underneath, and you put bread pieces on a spike. Yeah, kind of like that. That was at high school. I had that exactly once. Just so I don't lose the sauce. Speaking of, we're going to be on an ad break pretty shortly. Those are about 3 minutes long with a timer. And there'll be some ads for you guys on Twitch. I definitely recommend you guys get up and take a stretch break and all that. Just want to make sure I don't get caught by the ad break or anything, and that we're not having a long-winded discussion during that. I'm definitely up and around and away from my desk doing the stretches. Speaking of, I'll see you guys after the break, and thank you for your patience. Much appreciated. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Hopefully everybody got something they wanted out of the commercial break, whether it's, you know, chatting with a loved one for a few minutes, or, you know, grabbing yourself a snack, or stretching, or, you know, playing around with your pets, whatever it is. I hope you got something out of it that you desperately needed or wanted. I hate running ads. I really do, but it's to make the viewing experience, it's to strike that balance between a good viewing experience and for discoverability. Like I said, all us content creators have to play the game, right? And for us on Twitch, that's kind of what that means. At least until Twitch, hopefully Twitch does away with this nonsense at some point, but if they never do, and I don't foresee them doing so, it's the cost of doing business. Now I gotta do some bookkeeping, and then we can get back to doing, you know, the fun thing that everybody wants to see. So, I've talked about the free, easy methods to help the channel grow. You know, liking the VOD after it's done on YouTube, subscribing to the YouTube channel, following on the Twitch channel, all that fun stuff. And of course, you guys don't even have to do that to be here. You guys being here, watching or lurking is more than enough for me. But if you do feel like being financially supportive, of which I will be deeply appreciative, please feel free to check out any and all of the offerings available, whether on Twitch or YouTube. Those will be below the video player in the About Me section on Twitch, or in the description on YouTube. There should be a link tree. Fiddle around with all that stuff. I'm not going to really wax over too much about the benefits, but we vote on things on this channel. And whether you get something on Patreon or Coffee, which is $2 as opposed to $6 or less on Twitch, or you get whatever is on offer for Twitch in terms of their subscriptions and stuff, you guys do get the ability to buy an extra vote when we vote on things. This is one of the few democratically run processes, because democracy's in short supply, where you guys can buy that stuff. It's perfectly sanctioned. It's all legal. We only vote on things like what games to play, what emotes would you like to see, if any, and so on. All the channel-related stuff, really. Let's get back to it. That's really about the only bit of bookkeeping, and there. And now that I've talked about this, guess what? We don't have to worry about that again. We're good. We can just focus on the fun thing of playing the game. And let me make sure I've caught up on chat in both places. That sounds good. Yeah, we were talking about the barbecue stuff earlier. And then you love fondue? Yeah, fondue cheese. You know, I'm the classic white person. Now, I am also lactose intolerant or sensitive, no matter which way you want to put it. So I have a love-hate relationship with dairy, cheese included. I'll eat cheese. I will definitely eat the cheese. Eat it the cheese. Eat it to poo-poo. I don't know. That's what I was trying to go for with the joke there. And what I'm trying to do is figure out where Goron's teeth are. I don't mind. I love cheese. But if I eat large, copious quantities of cheese, oh god, that is hell on earth. Just absolutely not. You like chocolate fondue too? Oh yeah, chocolate fondue is great. I only wish, you know, I've always been more of an enthusiast of dark chocolate. I wish someone would have made dark fondue cheese, or dark fondue chocolate. Good God, dark fondue cheese. Ugh, what's that supposed to be anyway? Gross. Okay, Link, I need you to get up there, get inside this Goron's mouth, and extract the Korok, please. This really should not be difficult. Yep. I'm gonna have to figure out what else to do here. I'm trying to think of other things that are served on in fondue. It's usually chocolate and cheese. Those are like the two common ones. I don't think there are other things typically served in fondue. Usually if it's liquid food like that, it's like a soup, goulash, stew, chowder. There are like a number of things that are primarily liquid. Speaking of, and here's a little, you know, like brain wig for everybody. Instead of an earwig, I mean like a little brain worm for everybody. Cereal. Is it a soup? Or is it something else? I'm asking what people know about their food. I do not subscribe to like cereal with milk being a soup. I don't. But that's just me. Okay, get in there, get in there, get in there. All right. That should I wish climbing and actually, you know what? I'm not going to finish that sentence. You love dipping pineapple in chocolate fondue? I was always more of a strawberries guy if we were gonna talk about fondue, but I mean, pineapple doesn't sound half bad. Just make sure it's dried, or not dried, but like not dripping in juice or anything. You don't want the chocolate to like, you know, start dripping off the pineapple. At least that's sort of how I would do it. I'm a bit of a dainty eater when it comes to this stuff. I don't like getting my fingers or face messy. That's why even though I like the taste of ribs, I'm very much not a ribs person. Or bananas. Oh, bananas are a good one. Yeah, you know, flash frozen chocolate bananas. Oh, delicious. Okay, what am I doing exactly? I am wanting to head to the hot springs because we can pick up a quest while we're there. And this is one I happen to remember from when we were streaming this the first time. Oh, so many years ago. Oh, it's amazing how people class food. Also, here's something I've never had, but I've always wanted to have. Poutine. I know a few Canadians. They all generally like the stuff. It's potatoes with cheese and fixings. And typically, like fondue cheese or like melted molten cheese even is like dripped on top. Super delicious. The things that are basically more or less over. I don't think a Canadian wants to catch me dead eating poutine at this point. And I am talking about the food dish, not the dictator despot whose name I would be mispronouncing in that case then. Hello, good sir. Who's there? Who's disturbing my morning bath? Huh, a Hylian tourist, eh? How's the water? Lukewarm. I like to find some really hot water to relax in, but those fallen rocks make it way too dangerous. But a Hylian like you should stay away from any place hotter than here. That goes double for the area past the bridge of Eldin. It's scorching there. Alright. Graph, you got anything more to say? Sorry. Huh. Hello, little one. Hello. Hi, Dugby. Goo gonk go, goo gonk go, but I'm Fang? Not really, no. Gurgle. Bouquet. Did you get that? I been a treasure, mid-teen gear of the Bridge of Eldin. Have I tried a cheesesteak sandwich? Like a Philly cheesesteak sandwich? Yeah, I've had plenty of those. At least I hope that's the correct interpretation. Other cheesesteak sandwiches? I recently had, steakums, or like thinly sliced steak, melt on hoagie roll, like within the last month. On provolone cheese with some spinach. That was pretty good. Oh yes, the Philly cheesesteaks. Delicious. It is an amazing shtick. Beely boo. If you bind it, is boars. Okay. I like how we just... I think they basically said, there's a treasure, if you find it, it's yours. I like that that's essentially what we went with here. Yeah, Philly cheesesteak is so good. So, how many people are foodies? Here, that's a question I can ask everybody. Do you guys consider yourself foodies? I do. I even eat food I actively dislike every so often, just to see if I still dislike it. I like going on little food journeys like that. You're also a foodie? Well, I guess we've got that in common then, to say the least. There's just... how do I word it? When it comes to food, if you know the science behind your taste buds, you'll understand why I say something like this. Like, oh, I eat food I actively dislike just to see if I still dislike it. If it's like a taste thing... Yep. Yep. Oh, we didn't even need that. Sure. So, I mean, for those who are perhaps uninitiated into cell biology, did you know your cells undergo programmed death? It's called apoptosis. And when your DNA has a certain number of telomeres in it, or a certain length of telomere in it, that's the part of the DNA that has been kind of like erased due to replication, the way that DNA replication works. There's a little bit of just... There's a little bit of, like, genetic degradation each time division happens. And so while the cell repairs this with certain processes, eventually there's just too much genetic damage. And so your cells kind of age. And then there's a whole chemical cascade that happens. Where your cells, once the receptors in your cells receive this pathway, they initiate, the breakdown of lots of organelles and stuff. Or like just the components of the cell, of each cell. That is called apoptosis. Programmed cell death. The cells in your tongue, the taste buds in your tongue, undergo apoptosis at about a rate of every 7 years. Or rather, it's not so much that the cells don't die until 7 years out. It's more like by the time a new layer of cells, or by the time 7 years rolls around, your taste buds have effectively all been changed out for new, like all new cells. And so your tastes will have changed by then. At least every 7 years, you should eat food that you dislike just to see if you still dislike it. Or if it's something else. Now, if it's a texture thing, okay, yeah, apoptosis ain't helping you with that. Because that's like there's like some nerve things going along with that. But, if it's just taste,
Yeah, you'd be surprised what you can taste and find out in about 7 years' time. You ate prunes recently? Still hate them? Prunes are all right. I find that they're too dried. Or they're like too chewy. That's like a problem.
Yep.
But that's just me.
Yep.
How do you feel about dates though? Like the fruit date. In the U.S. they typically come in these nice bags. And they're usually dried. Sometimes they have sugar sprinkled on top. But if you get them in a bag, most likely they're not actually sprinkled with anything. Dates are delicious. They're kind of prune-like in terms of their texture, but the taste couldn't be different. Prunes have like a fruity taste to them. Dates kind of have like a sugary, sickly sweet taste to them. That's kind of hard to describe if you've never eaten one before. Dates aren't bad. I'm about the only person in my family who can eat them. Who can stomach a date. With my dad, it's like a texture. It's a texture and a taste thing. With my sibling, I'm pretty sure it's a texture thing. Between the two of us, my sibling is a lot more particular when it comes to textures in food, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm merely making an observation here. Stepmother doesn't like them. Mom doesn't really care for them either. Yeah, it's just me. I think by far the best dates I've ever had came from like a Publix somewhere. Publix is known for health food here in the South. You know, ever since Sprouts kind of really doesn't do business in my two-state area, and a lot of the other organic like health stores have basically gone bankrupt or shut down. Publix is about the only store I know that carries stuff like that. Sometimes Aldi's or Lidl does that as well, but generally I found the most health food bargains inside of Publix. And the dates were the bag dates were quite good. Oh, if people are wondering what we're doing with the Korok seed there, we are rolling a stone. We're rolling a boulder into the lava lake down there. You love raisins? Raisins are okay. Where's the rock? Is it up? Oh, it might be in here. I'm okay with raisins. I don't hate them or anything. I don't know if I like them necessarily, though. Oh, we could just straight up, Okay, cool. We'll use the drill shaft for a bit. Stepmother loves them, though. At the end of the hill. Well, that's gotta be, like, up here, then. Or, like, over here somewhere. I generally don't tend to eat them. They also get stuck in teeth easily. I often have to floss the stuff out. You had to eat them when you were young? Low iron in the blood? Oh, anemia, huh? I'm sorry you experienced that, for what that's worth. Anemia is not fun. Obviously, you probably might not experience it now, or not nearly as bad, but yeah, anemia sucks. It's just one of the many compelling things that might leave someone feeling tired during the midday. Because if you have low iron, well, your blood's going to have a low oxygen count. And if you've got a low oxygen count, then your ATP, your adenosine triphosphates, are going to be low. And if that's low, then your overall energy for metabolic processes in your body is low, leaving you feeling tired. All that to come out and say, yeah, that, you know, fatigue is not a good thing. Oh, quickly, elixir time. Running out of those. Yeah, you had to have multiple surgeries when you were young? Oof. I'm sorry you had to experience all that. I trust the surgeries have at least solved the problem. It would really kind of suck if that wasn't the case. Ah, I see our fine friend, the boulder. I remember I have a cousin who had surgeries for his back, and they never really quite worked out for him. And he's had a huge distrust of the U.S. medical system as a result. Like, more so than just people who, you know, have had their bills being, you know, sky high for a long time, or a wrong diagnosis here or there. No, it's like a full-blown, I will die before going to the doctor, or I will only go to the doctor if I'm kicking and screaming, and, you know, you better tie me down or I'm gonna be extra combative with the staff at the hospital. Yeah, it's like that. It's bad. Speaking of, I guess this is a question I can, you know, ask folks. How do you guys feel about doctor's visits, you know, in your part of the world? I am wanting to go, like, over here. Goodness knows if it's going to be inside a mountain or what have you. And I'm thinking that's exactly what's happening. So if I look... Yeah, there's something here. Alright, let's, go back this way. I, myself, you know, I was a former STEM major, and so I have very little problems going to see doctors, right? I can even kind of suss out some BS that the doctor, that I know a doctor is being paid to say. Like, they have to say it. It's part of their job. You'd be surprised what kind of extortion, what kind of social, political, or financial extortion the medical staff at hospitals are subjected to. Say this or lose your job. Hey, do you remember me? Plank Boy and Pac-Man? Not offhand. Your name looks familiar. I'm trying to see if my chat will bring that up. I guess I don't rightly remember. Sorry, it has been a while since I've last seen you then. How are you doing? Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both health and spirit, and hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We are cracking the code on a quest. Dig, dig, dig. All I want to do is dig. I won't stop till I find the secret. What am I digging for? I told you, it's a secret. Okay. It's a secret, huh? Aha. Okay, so if we actually want to deal with this, we need to go back to Goron City and we need to find the individual who's this man's brother. We need to find that. Do I play Mortal Kombat? No, I do not. I remember long ago when I had a Sega Saturn, both my dad and I had like a cartridge of Mortal Kombat. I'm forgetting the exact system. The important part, it was like a very early cartridge of Mortal Kombat. We both played it. But I would say actively, no, I don't play it. Or like the bigger thing I really remember is like the totally separate spin-off Sub-Zero cartridge, like that one. That one was difficult but fun. Boy and Pac-Man, do you play Mortal Kombat? And if so, which ones, or all of them, or just one of them? Okay, we need to find. It's either going to be on the bridge or it's going to be someone in the city. Where did he go? I believe we have found him already. My reckless brother hasn't come back yet. What in the world is he thinking, brother? My little brother Gonguron, I'm really proud of him, but he said he was going to go dig up the secret of the hero and then he just took off. I really don't know what in the world got into him. Secret of the hero? Southwest of Gorko Lake, there's an abandoned spot called Gorko Tunnel. Behind that hard bedrock, there lies not just ore, but the secret of the hero. Or so the legend goes. True or not, it makes for a good story. You don't play, but you want to? I'm trying to think of one I could recommend to you. I know there's like Mortal Kombat 11, and I believe there's also 10. I'm trying to think of ones with like a prolonged, like an adventure story. Might be like 6 or 7. Oh God. Like I don't actively play, but I've like dabbled in a few of the games before. I suppose that's like the best. Now that I'm remembering, now that my memory is kind of coming back, I have like dabbled a little bit with them, but I don't actually own any cartridges or discs or anything. These were all games that my cousins and stuff had. They were bigger into Mortal Kombat than I ever was. Might be 6 or 7. There's like a huge, like, interwoven story thing. I forget the protagonist for it. That might be a good one. Of course, if you're more into like the player versus player scene, then probably Mortal Kombat 11, whatever the most recent one is. True or not, it makes for a good story. I heard it from my dad's cousin's neighbor's uncle. So it's really just a lie, because if it's from a fourth-hand source, no, a fifth-hand source. Yeah, absolutely not. Instead of chasing dreams, I prefer him to see him face reality and help us out with our important Goron work. I wonder when my little brother will come home. He can't really be searching for the secret of the hero in the depths of Gorko Tunnel, right? The secret of the hero is a fairy tale of sorts, passed down from Goron to Goron for ages. As for me, I heard about it from my dad's cousin. Yep, right. But I know better. It's just an excuse for him to slack off and dream his life away. I really wish he'd grow up a little. Gorko Tunnel? Gorko Tunnel is an abandoned spot southwest of Gorko Lake. The bedrock's insanely hard in that area, so we gave up digging there ages ago. They say the secret of the hero lies hidden beyond that bedrock. So you say. Let's say we have Link's spine broken again. Oh, hello. Who's that out? Oh, I remember there being a Gerudo lady in here somewhere. I might be misremembering, actually, now that I think on it. Hey, buddy, have you heard? Rodania has stopped stirring up trouble, and the magma bombs have stopped too. Of course, I don't go outside, so it makes no difference to me. I just call my brother, and both he and I bounce on your back all day long until it breaks. Every single vertebra, all broken, all at once. Oh, you're going to have the worst sleep of your life. But there's no insurance in the land of Hyrule. There are no ambulances. There are no Hylian doctors, no mediciners. Just you, me, my brother, and your back on a stone bed. And there's nothing you could do about it, you little string bean. I'm sorry. That was entirely a bit. I'm so sorry. But I had to say it. I just had to get it out. Anywho, time to get back to business with a smile on his face as he knows what he's doing. He and his brother both know what he's doing. Look, this service may work for Gorons, but Hylians don't come out of it, any better for, any less worse for wear. Uh-huh. Fine, a bed and massage. Until morning, please. Yes, we got a customer. Ah. Sorry, I enjoyed the bit too much. 3 hearts. It's not nearly as good as it's 25% less good than the waterbed. Oh my god. Although honestly, I think the better bit of sleep might come from the Rito bed. Holy hotness. Savada. A bit early to flirt, isn't it? That's not what I... Oh, that's too bad. Who are you? I'm Ramela. As you can see, I'm from the Gerudo region. I came for the jewels that are to be found in Goron City. The eruptions on Death Mountain have finally come to a stop. As a result, we've started restocking jewels. Oh, do you have some amber too? I need a whole lot of it. Bring me 10 of them and I'll buy them for more than a shop would pay. Phew, this heat is something else. Way more intense than in the Gerudo region. In any case, do you have 10 pieces of amber? If so, will you sell them to me? Yep, 10 pieces of amber. Sell them to the shop and you'll get 300 rupees or sell them to me for 500. Sarkso, it's a huge help. Thanks, here you go, 500 rupees. I need to procure other jewels too, so keep bringing me what you find. Bring me 10 at a time, got it? As for what kinds of jewels I want to buy, well, that's likely to change every once in a while. The jewel trade. True to her word, Ramela paid well for your 10 amber chunks. As any merchant would, Ramela is looking to maintain a steady stock of gems. She'll continue to pay well for whatever gems you bring her in the future. Okay. Sorry. I really shouldn't be poking fun, but she gives me Rag from SMT vibes. Rag is a jewel salesman. You can trade in topaz, aquamarine, amethyst, diamonds, sapphires, and so on for either incenses or even just whole demons for the purposes of demon fusion. Or, mitamas, even. All kinds of stuff. Speaking of, is anyone else an SMT enthusiast? I know, it's funny. I, a Christian at heart, am an SMT enthusiast. Would you also believe it if I said that I don't think SMT really challenges my faith in any meaningful way, and it's not meant to? It can certainly make you think about things. I suppose it sort of depends on what Christian you are, but, the thing about SMT that you guys have to remember is that it's always telling its story from the Buddhist perspective. And the fact is it Nobunaga? It might be Nobunaga. If not, it was the it might be Hideyoshi. One of those two gentlemen. I think it might be Hideyoshi now that I think on it, because Nobunaga was absolutely infatuated with Christian faith during his reign in Japan. But Japan kind of had this long-standing treatment of Christians in order to insulate their region from having Christians domineer it, I guess, which is fine. And some of the methods are quite controversial. And of course, by the time these particular methods of less than stellar treatment were lifted, you know, the damage had kind of already been done. And so Christians just tend not to be like a big chunk of the populace in Japan. An example of this is there were tiles made in Japan with Jesus' face on them, or a caricature of him. And the folks that would avoid stepping on the face of Jesus would be rounded up and summarily deported or executed. Oh, it was awful. Absolutely awful. There's a SMT content creator. His name is Tony For You. That's kind of where I picked this up from. And he's done his homework, and he pulled his stuff from another content creator, whose main thing is like Christian lore as it relates to non-Western countries, and she's done her homework. So I definitely recommend checking out Tony For You's channel. I'll spell it so people can see it. That should be the correct spelling. If not, you can just type in an SMT lore, like, search up SMT lore on YouTube, and you should, you know, come by his channel eventually. But it's very exciting material. I'm a huge fan of, you know, religious and spiritual lore. I like talking about the stuff. And the thing is it's all supposed to be absorption of other people's cultures, like learning and understanding more about them, right? So, oh, hello. Cough. Phew. I'm spent. I think that somewhere behind all this rubble is the secret of the hero. I know it'll become really great and important if I could find it. My only problem is that I don't have the strength to go on. My belly's empty and rumbling like mad. What to do? Brother, so this is where you've been. I tried to think like my brother and do what he would do so I could find him. I need you to do me a favor. As a brother, I can't just sit idly by. I have to help him. Exit here and head down the hill to Gortram Cliff. There you'll find rock roasts rolling around. I need you to please grab one of them for me. I like more than anything to go there and get it myself. It's just, I have a chronic condition. Yeah, it's called Goron shoulder. Very serious. I'd rather not talk about it. Needless to say, I expect a lot from you. Please don't let me down. Goron shoulder. Is that like a dislocated shoulder? Is that, you know, muscle atrophy? Where what, like, where the shoulders just don't, line up very well? I quite rightly don't know. Can I shock you? Sure can. And one more time for the crowd. Oh, it's not lasting quite enough. Okay, if I do it like frame perfect, I can kind of get it. Oh, and yeah, in case it wasn't clear, this segment is pretty much going to be everywhere. You kind of have to just accept that hot feather pigeon gonna bring one of these. We're gonna have to walk. Speaking of, yeah, the enemies instantly respawn. And there will be rocks rolling down the whole time. Not fun. Just gotta be careful and not let this out of eyesight anywhere. And also not get too carried away either. Set that down. Be careful and... There we go. That's one of them. Those parts are simply going to be lost to time. Oh no. Pick that up, pick that up, pick that up. This particular quest can probably really test someone's patience. The key is to just not set the, you know, the rock roast any old place, but instead, you know, actively set it somewhere where rocks aren't going to be rolling down. And also don't step too far away from them either, or you're not going to have a good time. And if it drops into the lava, then you're sunk. This is definitely meant to, like, test your patience. Also, I'm quite sure we're just gonna have to suck it up and put on the armor. Let's do that. Let's just get that pain and suffering over with. And in fact, to solidify the pain and suffering, let's do this. Oh, and if enemies shoot the rock roast, knock it out of your hand, probably won't blow it up. But it will make it will make getting it difficult. Speak of, definitely want... That's super close. And the rest is all, like, rocks. full. Big thing, don't leave your rock roasts lying around, and you'll be just fine. Finally, I've been waiting on you. Go on, drop the roast in the pot, quickly. It's amazing. This is the finest rock roast I've ever laid eyes on. I'm gonna cook it up right now. I did it! I made a deliciously grilled rock roast! Am I hunger hallucinating, or do I smell really deliciously grilled rock roast? Brother, it's ready. You're gonna eat it and love it, and everything will be as it should be again. Look at this. It looks so tasty. I need to eat it right away. Yummy, delicious, incredible. I wonder how hard Goron teeth are. And I think a bite from a Goron would be pretty lethal indeed, if a human were to feel one of those. That texture, that crunch, oh, and that gritty feeling as it glides down my throat. Oh my god. Oh yes, can't forget that savory flavor of condensed minerals seared in high heat to perfection. It's a taste explosion. It's literally rocks and lava. It's restoring my strength. I'm like a phoenix reborn and ready to fly. In fact, I am Death Mountain. Your cooking is the best of the best, brother. Now I'm full and my belly is happy. Let's do this. Hey! It turns out the myth is more than myth. It's more than legend. It's more than fairy tale. It's real. It's here, and it can't hurt you. Wow, there it is. The hero's secret. The hero's secret has revealed itself to me. Weird. I feel like I've seen something like this before in Goron City. So, this is the secret of the hero, eh? It looks oddly familiar. Anyway, what an amazing discovery. That's my brother for ya. Enjoy, brothers. Enjoy. Thanks for your help, brother. Now I gotta get back to Goron City and tell everyone about my triumph. Thanks for helping out my little bro. Now to return to Goron City with my wonderful and accomplished brother. I like how you were complaining about Goron's work, and then it's like, oh, well, this actually turned out to be something. So it's Goron's work after all. Hypocrisy at its finest. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go pick up, we're gonna warp back to the stable and pick up 9 more elixirs. Of course this would be a puzzle shrine. Shoot. Get down, get down, get down. Okay, nothing in here. It's gonna be in front of and behind us. Nice, nice. I was just checking to kind of make sure there wasn't anything else. Nice. Link, get up. No! Sorry, I didn't mean to scream in people's ears or anything.
Attention, members of our fine audience. In just a few short moments, there will be some advertisements. Sit tight, stay strong, and hang in there for me, and they'll be over in just a few short moments. Thank you.
Yeah, so as it turns out, there really aren't too many chests in here. It's like, they're like 2 tops. The big thing is, you know, you just don't want to miss out on rupees. They don't come back. You definitely want to make sure you've gotten them. Maybe they do come back, though. That's something I haven't quite rightly explored. Okay, we have all that. Anything lying around up here is like a final haha. This is what happens when you don't pay attention. Doesn't look like it. Da-da-da-da. I want the goddess to not scorch me alive while being up here on Death Mountain and the Eldin region. That's what I want. That's what I want to avoid. Avoid the Scorch Fest. We're almost 700 Koroks in, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary people. I mean, I think that's just amazing and impressive. Absolutely fantastic. Yes, I would like to travel here and get 9 elixirs, please. Maybe we can also sell some gems to like turn a quick profit. We should have accrued quite a few of them by now. Maybe lop off gems off the top to make a nice even stat. Seems like a fine enough pastime to me. Alright, Mr. Beetle. Oh, hello.
Ah,
I wish I had this kind of... is that... Oh my god. There's a YouTuber by this name. Their name is Mayro. Pretty hilarious person, if I do say so myself. I wish I had this kind of artistic skill.
hi.
Have you come to look at this picture too? It's so beautiful I could spend just hours looking at it. This painting was made by Azunda, the owner of the stable, or so I hear. That volcano in the background, so majestic. And the stable is subtle in the scenery. I think this stable was painted from a southern direction. The composition is just so impressive. Oh, there's a shrine on the left-hand side of the picture. I've never noticed that shrine before. I looked at this painting so much and I've never noticed it. Must be because that's an odd place for a shrine to be located. Who would go to a shrine there anyway? Wait, what? You went there? I guess for some people, there's nothing to stop them from traveling the world. A landscape of a stable. Yeah, turns out that some shrines are locked behind quests, and others are simply, they're simply out there, and the quest that comes along with it doesn't mean anything. There's a landscape painting adorning the wall of the foothill stable. You've discovered the shrine hidden in the painting. I hope that someday I can capture the same majesty that Zunda does in my own work. Welcome. Will you be staying with us? A regular bed will cost you 20. A soft one is 40. Come see us again. He just kind of gives off that, jovial voice. What can I say? Oh, Beetle. Beetle, Beetle, Beetle. Come here, Beetle. Can I make a deal? Can I make a deal with you? Come on, Mr. Beetle. Don't scare away the lizards, please. Hey! Oh, thanks for coming to see me. Huh? Oh, sorry, yes. See you guys after the ad break. Sorry about that, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary people. We are back. It's time to, kick off the last hour, huh? Yes, I'll trade you an energetic rhino beetle. And give me an energizing elixir. Sure. Hey, at least it restores health and stamina. You just don't see these very often. This has to be a sign. Anyway, back to business. What have you got? What are you buying? What are you selling? 5 of these little suckers? Yes, I'll take them. Yeah. Sorry. The beetles' noises are just infectious. The person who was providing these subtle little voice lines definitely had fun making these. Thanks for the business. Look what I've got. Yes, I would like to sell you gemstones of the highest quality. Leave me exactly 10 of them. I will give you 3 sapphires. And 7 luminous stones. Actually, yeah, no. It would take 100 luminous stones to turn out 10 diamonds. Oh, so then I could sell 100. I could sell 27 of them. Exactly 27. Okay. And now we're gonna cook some stuff. I would like to make a few elixirs of our own before moving on. What can we do to make said elixir? I probably don't need... Oh, and this gives me a good time to mention it. If you guys want to follow along with the meta information that I'm using, feel free to type in !BOTWINGINFO in Twitch if you want to see more, if you want to get access to both the ingredient cookbook, the recipe cookbook, and the ingredient metadata information. For you guys on YouTube, you will need to type in, there probably should be one here. Yes, for the meta information, asterisk BOTWINGMETA, for the meta information, and asterisk BOTWINGREC for the recipe cookbook. So if we want something with high duration and moderate strength, assuming we're going for a flame-proof effect, Smotherwing Butterfly, I think we hardly have any of. Yeah, so it would have to be like the lizard, and we don't want to make too many of these. Two... And I believe we want, like, at least 3 guts. Or 10. Yep, so I'm thinking Moblin guts for this one? No, I think we got enough for Hinox guts here. As soon as I can put an eyeball on them. Hey there, Raspy. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit. And I hope you enjoy your stay. How are things in your life going for you, if you don't mind my asking? University, work, all that other fun stuff. You see 1st of April stuff, but it's the 4th? Shouldn't be. change the title. It's not the title. I'm trying to think. April 1st. 1st of April. Is it like a Twitch? Is it Twitch related? Just trying to understand the sentence. Okay, where are our friends Hinox guts? Oh, they're here. We'll just make a couple of these. The overlaid 666? Oh! Oh no. No, the 666 represents the Korok seed count at the start of the day, because we're approaching 900 of them. We've gotten pretty close to 700 today. Yeah, that took me a long time. Sorry. Yeah, no, it's just an incrementer. It's not the most cleanly done incrementer. It's kind of dirty. I'm going to make a slightly better overlay for it so people know what the icons that are. I thought on the 1st of April you pretend to be swapping religions. I have no religion to which I would swap. I definitely have no religion that I would swap to. Not even for a joke. At least if insofar as I know. I was moving around the room and you misread the title as you read, changing up on the something religion. The misread is funny. I will grant you that. Misread is funny. But no. Oh, no. I wouldn't dare categorize the stream that way if that's what I was doing. I would have put it in just chatting or something. Definitely. I'm trying to get better at being a jokester, but I am not that much of a jokester. Promise. Because it says region and cleaning. Yeah. I getcha. That is a good misread, for what it's worth. Two of these. I'm surprised that they put the Hinox guts all the way at the end. Oh, and the crit produced the effect? I feel like those two objects in the webcam kind of obstruct it. They definitely do. That's why I said that these were kind of quick, dirty edits. I could try shifting them down. Let me see if I can do something about that. Hang on. You're the first person to have said something about it. Let me add a filter for this and put in a stroke. Make that color black. You would like to make a Koroks command to check the count? Good idea. I should write that down since we're getting so close. Oh, I threw away the paper I was writing things on. 1 second, everybody. Nice little pad of paper here I'm going to write things on. Speaking of, I should if we're going with the make a command for it, we should probably come up with one for people, for mods and stuff to increment the count with, and for me to increment the count with if people want. Good idea. Thank you, Rasby. Much appreciated. Not that I don't think about this stuff, but it's like I am reaching a point with commands where the more I have to kind of explain them or explain that this command is present, the more I find people generally are like, "Ooh, too many commands, stop it." So I'm trying to find a way to like make the information visual where it's just kind of there and people can look at it if they want. Ugh, too many oh my god. Real comedian, that one. Okay, I've written down a couple of ideas for later. My apologies, everybody. Let's get back to playing the game. How are things in life for you, if and you don't mind my asking, Rasby? But yeah, I don't know why the devil's number is next to some yellow cream and some Mario pipe behind that. Let me see if this yellow pipe, Mario pipe, oh, the pipe is the mic. Yeah, this thing. Pipe. But what's the yellow thing? That's the Korok symbol? Yep, it's the Korok seed symbol. You legit thought it was a static image? It is a static image, actually. So glad you asked. It is, in fact, a static image. Let me see if that'll end up working a bit better. I may or may not. Hey, Coin, you don't collect Koroks anymore? No, of course I'm collecting them. Perfect. A tiny bit lower and the numbers a tiny bit higher? Interesting. Okay. There, that might be okay. It's like 666. You don't collect right now? Okay, I should probably update the count because that is going to confuse people. Wait, no, can you make the numbers be like centered? They were I thought they were centered before, but I will center them now. Let me know if that looks centered to you. I can use like a measuring tool to kind of like check, but I'm hoping that you like seeing the devil's number. Now it's a source of confusion, so now I have to change it. Is it just me or is your cam lower? My camera is in fact lower, bear type. That is not confusion at all. The reason why I've lowered my camera a bit is because, and most people probably know this already. That's good. Thank you. If you guys look at the icons, let me get a pointer out so you guys can see this. Just in case you're, just in case people are maybe, that's the wrong one. Where's my pointer at? It's like, no, it's not here. Where it is. Here it is. It's gonna cover my face for a second. That, this spot right here, right where my arrow is pointing, that is where another icon's gonna be. And so, I want to make sure my camera's not covering the number of Urbosa's Fury uses. That's what this is for. There we go. I'm gonna go ahead and slide the pointer out of the way now. Wait, why is the stream clickbait now, Kappa? But you could be a bit higher for now, no? If I'm higher here, so I could, but if I do, I'm gonna have to lower it again later. The whole purpose of me moving my camera is so I wouldn't have to be annoyed by it later. That's a streamer overhead thing. Let me ask this. Do you two, or anyone else in chat for that matter, you're more than welcome. Between Twitch and YouTube, we are multi-streaming. Do you both want my camera to kind of be in the center for now, and I'll just move it later? I'll probably give it like 2 minutes. I'll put a timer up and everything. And then afterwards we'll keep things moving. I vote for sacrificing those HUD elements to have the camera be in the same spot as before. I think I like it centered, but if you want it like this, it's fine. It's not the worst. Okay. I'll probably give it another 33 seconds, and then we'll, I want to give people time to type. And then we'll move. I'll move it, like, back. I'll move the whole thing back and make the necessary changes, and then we can keep moving. Thank you guys for your input. I really appreciate it. You guys will see what I mean when we get to the desert area. I guess that still won't be for a while. I was just trying to, like, do it in advance. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and tinker that off. Alright, that should be about on center, and then I suppose the last thing I gotta do is... Oh, that is a filter. Okay, that should be readable. Yeah, it seems more natural. Alright, I'll have to figure out what to do when Urbosa's Fury comes along, because I think that's supposed to have 4 uses? Might be 3. Might be 3 and you get a 4th. Not sure. A slow elevation did have some suspense. Oh, I gotta move the elements around in OBS, right? And it's easier for me to do that with my arrow keys than anything else. Let's go ahead and make a few more elixirs, and then we can kind of keep things moving. There's 2... Now, something that's worth knowing, and this is for people who are maybe perhaps not experienced with the game or anything. Oh, I also forgot to change the count on the Koroks. I need to do that. If you're going to make fireproof elixirs, you don't need the strength to be higher or lower. Like a level of 1 on the effect is about all you need, and it's 681. There we go. All fixed. I'll come up with an incrementer command later. That way we don't have to update. I don't have to, like, click the source and update it each time. Also, let me change this, like, outline amount. Let me make the outline a bit more thick and noticeable. He says thick and noticeable, but the outline is black, so that's not exactly happening. Might be a shader thing I need to play around with later. You want to joke and say you would make the 666 red? I mean, that is a joke. That would be mildly funny, but if we were doing the incrementer thing, it definitely would have lasted not quite as long. It would have been a very short-lived joke. Okay, so now that we've done all that, I've tinkered around with the settings. Hopefully it looks a bit better for everybody. We're going to go ahead and finish making the elixirs we need, buy the rest, and then keep things moving. Can you make a social experiment and make the increment command free to public use so me and Bear can help you feel involved? I would love to do that, but here's the problem with that. I would have to make 2 instances of commands. One for Twitch, one for YouTube. That would be 2 different counts. And StreamerBot is way harder to do something like this with. Like, I actually would probably have to code, get variables straight, stuff like that. I kind of have to do it an introductory amount of it anyway. With Firebot, but it's a little bit easier. Like, I could search for the variable I want. StreamerBot, I would probably have to learn all the argument language, and that's really tedious. Otherwise, I probably would at least make the solid attempt to do that. Do I know a way to farm durians? You can probably make a lap on the plateaus. There are a bunch of offering shrines. Like all around here, there are durians all on these trees. There are also some bananas as well. Can we open source it? You could write a Python script that does it. I mean, I guess, but the thing is I don't know if Firebot or Streamer.bot work in those languages. And the nice thing about those commands in those two mediums is that once I set them up, I can kind of just have shortcut keys ready, and then it's fine. Moving back over to YouTube, you can't multi-stream normally. You need an outside thing, right? So the way to multi-stream generally is you need some sort of plugin on OBS that'll do it, or you can go to Streamlabs. I believe Streamlabs OBS or Slobs has like a it should just be Streamlabs now that I think about it. Should be natively capable of multi-streaming already. Or you'd have to use like a dedicated multi-streaming platform like Restream.io. That would be like the 3 methods to multi-stream. I use an OBS plugin for mine. Moving back over to Twitch. Man, you started writing this but dropped it. You said that the 4th HUD element would be covered by the webcam. You meant to say that if it was Halloween specifically, you could have made your webcam transparent. Yeah, I mean, there are whole bunches of things I could do there. I could probably even hide my face and make it white or something if I wanted to. Add eyeballs. There are fun things I could do with that. Moving back over to YouTube. What's a good durian that's not a... Oh, you want to know a durian recipe that doesn't take 4 durians? Let's see if I can't help you with that. First, I will invite you, Bear Type, to look at this spreadsheet. There we go. I had to type the correct command. In just a moment, the spreadsheet should be there. But you could make any pie. Here's to hoping the commands actually work and are not doing stupid things in OBS and in Streamer.bot today. Yep. Do you need to write it? I'll write it down. Give me a moment. Don't know why the command isn't exactly working today. Oh, right. Moving back to Twitch, the script can't read that, so basically you need to make your own quick registered app to connect and read chat. No idea how to do it for YouTube, but it's probably easy. I could give you hotkey access, but if you want extra stuff that changes often, then it might require StreamerBot stuff. I could also alternatively write code in StreamerBot if it supports anything to combine that counter. Well, I have StreamerBot, and that would be fine. The issue is making it, like, cross-platform. You could do it, you could make it cross-platform, right? Like, I know that's something you can do. You can have it set up to trigger on things from different platforms as long as StreamerBot has an integration with it. What I don't know is if it would work in a visually pleasing way, or if it would just be too much work for not, like, something that wouldn't really be enjoyable for anybody. Not to mention, if I want the count to be accurate on the incrementer, that could be a problem as well. But that's a whole separate can of worms. Let me get to that recipe for you, bear type, and then we can get this show on the road. Okay, that's one of them. Honestly, your best bet is like, you know, slap 4 durians or slap 5 durians together and make some simmered fruit. But if you're looking for something with a bit more variety, you can try fruit pie. The Tabanthan wheat can be a bit hard to come by, though. Let me go back over to Twitch here. You can make it read YouTube chat just for that command, and to write that command on Twitch chat, and you run it locally on my end. But yeah, it's more of a gimmick. Probably not really worth it. It just seems like a lot of effort for something so small. And ultimately, when the count gets to 900, the incrementer will be unnecessary anyway. But that's just me. But if it's annoying to make it cross-platform, maybe do it for just Twitch, Kappa. I'll think of something. Don't worry. Moving back over to YouTube be the last time I do that, and then we can keep moving. A small streamer has a promotable, I'm sorry, what is this word? He's getting like 100 views on YouTube after he streams for a couple of hours. Oh, well, okay, like responding to the rest of this without necessarily reading it all out. Yeah, that's kind of like, if people think Twitch discoverability is bad, YouTube is worse. YouTube has like 0 discoverability. It's really bad. You kind of have to like be on YouTube for streaming, and not everybody, and I think a lot of people don't do that. If people are watching YouTube streams, it's because they were watching content creators who were already doing something else, right? For example, for those that are in the Dark Souls space, that would be... There's a streamer by the name of Fightin' Cowboy. He wasn't really all that big on streams at first, and then when he became bigger, like, the streaming became more of a thing that he just does. And the people who watch his streams were already watching the content he put out for, like, Soulsborne stuff or other stuff. Soulsborne games, Neo, so on. Let's gamify the shit out of it. Depending on the number, we can trigger minigames, bets, a points, ranking, and leaderboard system where people are rewarded to help increment and be up for each Korok. Kappa. That might be interesting to try with Tears of the Kingdom. I'm gonna write that down. That might be fun to try. But probably not here. I think it's a bit late for that here. You'd really like doing it? Well, if you want to start assembling something for that, since you're offering to do it and stuff, maybe set it up for 1,000, because most people are probably going to vote for Tears of the Kingdom in here, and Tears of the Kingdom has 1,000 of those suckers, split between 3 maps. That'll be a lot more fun for people, I think. And we can kind of start from 0 counting up instead of from 600 for the remainder. If you get what I'm grasping at, Raspy. Increment subgame? Sorry, I'm writing things down in the way that'll make me remember them. Okay, written all that down. Let me go ahead and swap back to YouTube. Yeah, the 100 watchers aren't real. It's just bots. Oof, that's even worse. Yeah, you gotta have programs in there checking for bots. And on YouTube, there are no plugins for this. You just kind of have mods be in the know. That sucks. Internet death theory is real, everybody, and it can hurt you. Just quickfire some cooler, ambitious features, and you'll write it down and see how long it takes. Let's start with the incrementer. Because a lot of the other stuff that I'm thinking about, I kind of need to think about, you know, how I want to do it. And, you know, do my homework, see if other people are doing it. Because if so, I don't want to steal from them, or I'd have to find a way to make that sort of thing my own. But I will definitely consider your offer, at the very least. Thank you for pitching it. Oh, you didn't mean to add OBS. Yes, I understand that. I figured you meant like a chat integration thing and nothing else. Still, regardless, thank you for opting to pitch in on something like this. If you want to chat about it later, over like Discord or something, I'd be more than happy to discuss the particulars with you on that. I'd like to keep things moving for the remaining half hour, and we've got probably about 3 more well-made elixirs that I want to craft, and then we can kind of go from there. Although I think I'm only going to be able to squeeze out 4 without dropping below 10. Ooh, this one restores hearts. Awesome. I'll go over the crit effects for recipes later when we actually get ready to cook everything in one sitting. That'll kind of be its own stream episode and everything. Yes, I will take 6 of your... No, I'll take 5 of your finest fireproof elixirs, please. In the past, you made a bot for a streamer you watched that was handling tracking XP on some arbitrary metrics and a leaderboard. I do want to be careful. Like, I want if they're gonna be like engagement games, I primarily want them to be in chat. So I know this doesn't happen. Why am I getting them? Don't I have all the armor? You're right. I do have all the armor. However, I would like to be able to move around and wear the armor I'd like to wear. And so the elixirs are for that purpose. But once you have the armor, you're absolutely right. You don't need to buy any fireproofing elixir. Just wear the armor, and you know, things will be relatively easy for you. Why did I pin this here? No, I don't want to change this to a stamp. Thank you. Delete the pin. Goodness, it's not hard. I don't think chat minigames and stuff are worth it most of the time. If you're thinking that'd be purely hilarious if the Koroks were feature packed with random Oh, that's fair. Make it as chaotic and random as possible and add a leaderboard to make people want to deal with it. I think people are largely just going to vote to have me make Zonai devices to trap the poor things in. But that's a whole different story. Okay, let's use one of the cheap ones. But worth thinking about. You only got 1 armor piece for the whole time. Yeah, I should probably also say that. You don't need the whole set to even navigate through Death Mountain. You really only need like a helmet or the chest or something. 1 instance of the effect is more than enough. At least as far as I know. Now, if Fireproof has like a second level effect, and I'm just not aware of it, well, you know, actually that might be worth considering. I wonder if you get really close to Death Mountain and like the level 1 effect is not enough. Things to think about. I think you need 2, but not 1. Bad idea. Was too cheap. I mean, listen. if you're struggling with money, you take what you can get in the Hyrulean economy. And we all know how compressed the Hyrulean economy is. For those of you that are wondering what I'm grasping at, the Game Theory YouTube channel years ago made a calculation on what the worth of a rupee, that's the currency in this game, is. I'd be interested to see if anyone did like an updated numbers crunch, but rupees are very much like dirt cheap and not very valuable. And to try to make a real world equivalent of a rupee would be entirely too expensive because it's a gemstone like currency. Let's see, where can I even find it? No, not exactly. It's not, oh, it's right there in the corner. There's like a gem icon next to how much money you have in the right-hand corner. Yeah, I couldn't imagine making like currency out of gemstones. There's a reason people are going digital. It's because it's a waste of resources. Rupees are supposedly have such a high value as to be worthless. The same with Mushroom Kingdom coins, for the record. There's a reason that economy is considered in a perpetual slump as well. Funny things to think about. Imagine that every Korok you get, a random person who typed in the chat recently receives a random Pokemon card with a random dollar value, and then allow trading them in a leaderboard of net worth, give people starter cards to incentivize, and people will want to be in the leaderboard. You really learned that after making Stocks of Razbia. I didn't forget, but I did forget the depth at which you learned all this. Razbia. Like, I knew about Stocks of Razbia, but I forgot just how, like, deep in the weeds you were and all that. It's the symptom of not keeping up with everyone, I'm afraid. I was low on moving to YouTube one last time. I was low on money. Now you've started the I'm buying everything and still got money time of Breath of the Wild. Yep. If you keep up with the mining, hopefully that'll be all the time. If anyone is wondering what we're doing, we are going to the next Korok seed. If you grind and you mine and you do the climbing minigame, if you don't feel up to that, you'll get money. But by far the best thing you could be doing and should be doing is mining. Getting amber and selling gems for thousands of rupees is exactly how I made my money during the, when I was streaming this for the first time. That's how I made my money. Nice. That is such a ginormous waste of arrows. I could imagine that. It's possible that some people could find the chat games annoying, but I mean, it's worth a try. I'm willing to do anything at least once, provided it's not maiming, murdering, or, you know, like obvious crime, of course. I don't want people clipping me out of context today. Definitely not. Stocks of Razbia's out there, still being used to this day. Mm-hmm. It's a Discord game, right? Like, it's a whole server dedicated to the stuff? Do I remember correctly? Oh, yes, I should probably also say... Oh, you're not gonna let me do it, game? Alright, sure. Twitch and Discord hybrid. The vast majority play it on Twitch. That's interesting. Okay, I was familiar with the Discord. Nice. Excellent. Oh. I really want this Callus to not have thrown me off there. Alright, get down before it explodes. Complete Twitch and Discord integration. Very feature complete on Discord, but not on Twitch. Gotcha. Makes sense. What do I think about the Switch 2 video? Still haven't watched it. However, I've seen other people's reactions to the video. Haven't exactly had great sleep lately. Sorry. Why can I not put a stamp? Am I all out of stamps? Oh my god, I'm all out of stamps. Okay, I have to get rid of some of these. I can't believe I'm out of them. Okay. What can I do to, like, free it up? I can just say that I am not the largest fan of... It's in your nickname. You can't run out of them. It's because I was marking more than just, like enemy kills. Let me go ahead and... What else can I free up? Basically anything where the map already depicts what's going on. Don't need that cook pot. Probably never using that one. If I need it, I'll look it up. Where else? Where else can I free up space? Oh, there are a couple things I kind of need to find. Don't know what that's for. Is that for a... No, that can't be. I'm gonna leave that one there. Delete that one. Don't need it. One of these was a stall Nox. That part I do remember. We had the thing with Puffer Beach, and the Mounted Archery Camp also has one. Okay, I think I got it all. Sorry, I was like super focused. Yeah, skulls are Lionels, Hinoxes, and Stone Taluses. That's what they all are. Pretty much anything that is considered a major field boss. There are some things that I've marked on here. Things I've bumped into when I was off camera, like a couple of these treasures. I have to go back and grab. But, yeah, for the large part, they're just field bosses. Okay, let me go back to Twitch and go back and read that. Due to chat limitations, right, that makes sense. But people love that game. They try hard to climb it. Ah. There is a cooking one where you see Hestu in Hyrule Field. Yep. Oh, thanks. Thanks. Don't need that one. Pretty great that you were randomly reminded of stocks of Raspbian today, because you randomly checked and the bot's been down for 2 weeks. Ah, well, then I guess that, yeah, I'll certainly say, you know what, I am gonna get rid of this, because I feel like that would have been like a... Let me go check that spot on, like, the map. What is that for? That's what? Brinna Plain? Brinna Plain's the nearest feature? Okay. Okay, that is a Lionel that's over here. Gotcha. No, I take that back. That one is actually a Hinox, not a Lionel. Okay. Got it all figured out. Let me make sure I've replied or responded to everything. So going back to the Switch 2, because I think I kind of like half answered that. About the Switch 2 Zelda. Oh, it's about the re-release of Breath of the Wild, right? And Tears of the Kingdom for Switch 2. I'm on the fence about that. On the one hand, I get it. On the other hand, this definitely screams corpo greed. And I feel like if they don't include it in the Switch 1 or like on the Switch, Nintendo's gonna tank their reputation in the pursuit of corporate sales. And they already, weren't pursuing corporate sales to such a great degree for a while. And recently, thanks to the president in orange, is what I will refer to him from now on. Thanks to his crazy tariffs, the pre-orders for the Switch 2 got delayed. Just yikes all around. Everybody sucks here. Although, to pay for it is crazy just for better performance. Well, in honesty, if the Switch 2 is going to perform better than the Switch 1, $450 is a decent asking price for all the components. I've seen a lot of people talk about the console. We can be mad that it's expensive, but if we look at all the parts that go into it, it makes sense. It's the games. $80, $90. Yeah, for those who maybe don't know, the Switch one was, I believe, $350 at launch, bear type, if I remember correctly. I'll get to that sarcastic quote in just a moment, but for those who have not watched the Direct or have not even heard people talk about the Direct yet, Nintendo is doing this thing now where with the Switch 2, the physical game, box and cartridge included, is $90. If you buy it digital, it's $80. It would basically be the price of a game today plus a corresponding DLC or something. A lot of if you add like Fire Emblem Three Houses did this, where like the base game was $60 and the Game Pass bumped it up to like $80. Pretty much all games, all of them, anything sold for the Switch 2, $80 if you don't want to own the box or the cartridge. If you want the physical copy, you're gonna pay 10 more. Yeah, a 50% jump is nutso. To say nothing of why. Some people speculate the tariffs might be part of it. Some people might also say that some of it could just be, Nintendo is trying to keep up with Sony and Microsoft. And some more could be, Nintendo is just a greedy corpo scumbag, and, they just waited for Microsoft and Sony to burn out their reputation first before being evil. Before, Nintendo's evil was mostly limited to the modding communities, because the Japanese, companies are very conservative and take their IPs very seriously. Over there, you can be fined 5 million yen for, modding a console, and it's like a minimum 2 or 3 year jail sentence. It's really bad over there. It's like one of the sleaziest things that Nintendo does, Japanese game dev companies have the opportunity to do, is jail people over modding. If you guys want an example of a Japanese game dev company that doesn't do this, but they're like, what mod? Where? That would be FromSoft. people need to keep an eye on FromSoft, because they're like one of the better ones. They at the very least are like, you might have to reverse engineer our systems, including our physics engine, but if you learn how to do that, you can do anything. You know, just don't, paywall stuff. Moving over to Twitch here, and then I promise I'll keep things moving. We're just on a very, involved topic. It's justified. The countries have had enough of abusing America. Kappa. Honestly, Europeans, Asians, and a very expensive topic too, I might add. Do what you gotta do. And I hate it. I've been meaning to do this. I'd forgotten to do it. Here's my American tax for today. I am truly sorry that our government is doing strange, weird, aggressive, provocative things to the entire world. And if I ever get the chance to direct it to combat that at the voting ballot, I will do so. Scout's honor. Because I do not like what's happening at all. Because there are some I want to refrain from getting more geopolitical than this, but I foresee some things in the geopolitical headwinds of the U.S. that don't look good for both you and us, like collectively, together, as just average citizens. I like when companies are abusive and dislike when people complain. Kappa. Insert the heaviest eye roll here. We'll speak for Europe as if you have the authority, and I suppose I want to be careful. I'm not trying to speak for Americans as though I've got the authority. I don't. But this is simply an American citizen's perspective on things, as someone who did not vote for the lunacy that is going on in our government right now. I am paying my social tax. I could do a very angry tweet about it. I think that helps. And then subsequently, if you ever travel abroad, at least while this administration's in office, you'll be taken to a jail, held there for multiple weeks, repeatedly rinsed and doused in cold showers, beaten, and then deported back for, promoting bravado. So I would maybe recommend against the angry tweet, but that's just me, because that is what, or if you do go out and travel abroad, what people have started doing now is they've started scrubbing like laptops and carrying burner phones with them, and like having business social media that they use. They give the US government that one if they need to like go anywhere in there. Do what you guys have to do to survive, because we average American citizens who did not vote for this have to do the same. Okay, moving over to YouTube, or YouTube comments here. I'm a physical game only guy. Fair. We got Cuphead on Switch, though I got it on digital for PS4. Was sarcastic about Twitter because obviously tweeting doesn't change anything. It like can raise awareness, but I think we're beyond the point of people not being aware of things. I agree with you. I just think there's like a reason for that. Not saying you're not citing one or anything, just that would be mine. That's like my perspective on it. Taxes are not included in the price in the US. Like it says $150, but it's $180. Oh no. Those taxes are going to be not included. If you're in Europe or you're in the Philippines or you're somewhere where the tax price is included in the game, cool. Your government is being honest with you about how much things cost. Here in America, we have to have that spat back out at us, and we have to kind of do the mental head math to figure out the tax beforehand. So I will use the previous state that I was in the state of Georgia, in the US. It's like a 7% sales tax, right? So if I wanted to buy a game in Georgia and it costs 90, I'm going to crunch out the calculator real quick. Let's assume it's 90 for the sake of, like, simplicity. Assuming it's just sales tax, you would be paying $96.30 for your title. If it were 80 times the same sales tax, it would be around $85.60. Never mind in places where the sales tax is like 10% or higher. I think California has like one of the higher state sales taxes. Now, perhaps one of the mildly good things to come out of the administration is, well, perhaps if once all the posturing with tariffs is finished, you know, the administration might do away with other kinds of taxes, and then the, you know, prices on things can be flat, but I don't think that's a particularly good thing, like at all. There's a reason why we moved away from tariff-based income and moved to an internal revenue service for the most part. But that's just me. Anyway, not talking about geopolitics any further. Even regarding awareness, what will the average Joe do? There are plenty of things an average Joe can do. The blonde man has unlimited power since last year, granted by the highest court of law. Too true. They're the ones who have to fix it. This is the nature of authority hierarchies that go terrible. Too true. In case of, while you have the ability to vote, and this is for my American, you know, compatriots, comrades, and companions. If you don't like what you see, vote in the local election. Register to vote and vote in the local elections like your life depends on it. Because that is what I will be doing when I go to renew my permit this year, is I will be registering to vote. And I will be voting, like, down the line for literally anyone else outside of who's holding office. If you're an American, you should be doing this. Well, if you're an American and you care about the stuff that's going wrong, then yeah, you should be doing that. But also people should be voting in their local elections anyway. But that's neither here nor there. Man, I apologize for getting super derailed about that. Geopolitics is quite the draining conversation, let's say. I always felt like billionaires weren't bad people. Like, that's part of it, right? Is we have to separate, like, a love of money versus... I don't think pursuit of money is necessarily bad. It's what do people use the money for? If people are using money to accomplish bad ends, then it's bad. Or perhaps mildly suppressing, but this is far beyond that. Yeah, people are getting tortured for it. It's absolutely not. Also, we have at least a few stamps to work with. Oh, man. Average citizen, you can vote with your wallet. Can we make a conspiracy that super smart AI already broke up and that's what made America be what it is today? Unfortunately, I would love for that to be the conspiracy theory because it would give us a, you know, something to blame and something that's not organic to blame, right? But unfortunately... this thing happened mostly due to ideological folly. If there is any person, if you guys want to know, like, the source of the things that are wrong with the American political think tanks, specifically for the government in charge, because that's where you should care about it. There's a blogger by the name of Mencius Moldbug. He has since, come out and revealed himself to be a man by the name of Curtis Yarvin. If there is any man's writings, you need to just read for yourself and see what the heck is even being talked about. Look at that. Read it. And then go read a book that Peter Thiel, authored. Read that. That'll really help people figure out all the ideological nonsense that's coming along with all of this. Because it's not just, here in the US, it's not just, people angry at mismanagement of the US, right? It's, for better or worse, it's also ideological stuff that has been percolating in the background for well over, I'd say, 70 years now. Maybe 60 years if I'm being a bit more conservative with it, quote unquote. Imagine some movie shit. AI broke out of the lab and started faking stuff, doing hard propaganda. I'm quite sure there are people already, there's AI or algorithms already doing this. Probably just not AI driven, right? It's probably, there's probably like a coded written program that does this stuff. That's what I would venture to guess. But I could certainly see some AI, getting involved. It wouldn't be unheard of. Grok, ChatGPT, Deep Shark? Or whatever it is, the Chinese one. I believe the root of the issue is that social media is used for electoral campaigns. They're unregulated or unregulated for specific people. I do also think that's like a good chunk of it. But here's like the last thing I want to say on this. And I've explained this to my dad and other people in my family and around me who are on the conservative side of the aisle. I want people to look at all of Trump's cabinet picks. All of them. Do you know what the one thing they have in common is? It's not their outlook. That's varied. It's not, were they always conservative or, did they jump ship and become a conservative? It's what happened in their specific lives that made them hop onto the ship. What made Donald Trump do the things he's doing now? Although in Donald Trump's case, we have 4 years to look at for motivations, but not really the deep whys, right? There's one statement. Just one word. Revenge. The commonality between everything that's happening in the US administration right now is that all these people have a chip on their shoulder somewhere or are related to someone who had a chip on their shoulder. I'm thinking like Stephen Miller is one that has a chip on his shoulder. Go Google it. Another one would be, say, I don't know. I'm trying to think. There are definitely quite a few that have chips on their shoulder. Miller's just like one of the more prominent ones. Donald Trump has multiple assassinations as his chip on his shoulder, along with dozens of like background situations, like backdoor situations that happen that are his chip on the shoulder. Not to mention whatever is going on in that family tree. You have, trying to think of some others. You've got J.D. Vance and his identity issues. Go look up his history, you know, if and you don't mind the search history. And I'm not trying to say go do it now. I'm saying these are some people you should look at. There's history there. There is something that has happened to them everywhere that has solidified this chip on their shoulder. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is a more prominent one, and particularly notable for us autists that I would recommend looking at. There are chips on their shoulders, and that is driving every single policy decision that isn't like rooted in mere folly. It's revenge. Everything is guided toward revenge. Trump said it himself. All you have to do is look at his speeches to know. Sorry, I wanted what some of the earlier statements to be the last I've talked about on geopolitics, but this one needs to be the last for a while. Because speaking out on this stuff is, quite frankly, getting more dangerous for me, at least publicly. We haven't hit the point of, you know, Gestapo showing up at random people's houses, but we will soon. And then it's going to be all the, you know, I'm already cooked if that happens. But I would like to contain future geopolitics. Just as if I'm not here tomorrow, if I'm not here the next time I stream Thursday because of what's going on, I didn't Epstein myself. I wasn't Epsteined. I didn't kill myself. I'm warning people that there is a campaign of revenge, and that if people don't pay attention to these campaigns of revenge, they're going to get snipped by them. Try to think of things transactionally when it comes to the U.S. government, at least for the time being. That's my advice to anyone outside looking in. Or, you know, avoid us like the plague. Take your pick. Oh, what an episode. I promise the next one will be less geopolitical, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I really, really appreciate it. Your company means the world to me, and I do hope you know that. I wish no one ill will. I'm simply commenting on things as I see them, for better or worse. And my fate is my own, and I will not slough that or shepherd it off for someone else to deal with. My fate is my own, and I will take that to my grave if necessary. The next time we'll stream will probably be Sunday. I may or may not need to move that stream date up or down, depending on, I'm supposed to have a briefing for my client job, and it may or may not be on Sunday. I'm going to call the client and confirm that for sure, but if it turns out that you were a Mafia Mob target all along, you'll say that you knew it, Kappa. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, huh? Sorry, I just completely lost train of thought. I promise I'm not this badly fog-brained usually. Yeah, we'll be back Sunday unless something shows up. I will put notices out in the Discord as well as on YouTube. So if people are like, oh, well, I'm not in your Discord, you know, you can look at my YouTube channel instead, and there will be a post there talking about that stuff. We've got my Scout's Honor on that one. And I will try to come up with some maybe we should not talk about stuff in explicit words. That might be what I'm thinking. And maybe just less. Yeah, you guys should be fine unless bombs start being lobbed. It's me that I have to watch out for. If you want to talk more about that stuff in private, though, I do have a forum gallery for that in the Discord, where we could talk geopolitics if we want to. That space is safe, insofar as I know. at least for now. I think in the interest of figuring out what I'm going to do for dinner, I am going to cut and run. So before I cut and run, for you guys on Twitch, I am going to at least shout out 2 people that are streaming. First off, my first Twitch associate, Monkey Funk 4D. He's a good friend of mine, and he's on the northern end of the border. So if you want to support the Canadians who are having a difficult time with the U.S. administration right now, please do that. He works really hard on his content, and he definitely deserves like all the accolades that he can possibly get. As for the other one, I'm going to keep this short and sweet. I've mentioned his name already, but if you guys want, like, semi, jokey, trolly, soft trolly chats, definitely check out Oats and Goats. He's a prominent Super Metroid speedrunner and has dabbled in some other stuff as well. I know he's, like, fairly good at Soulsborne, Elden Ring type games. Both these gentlemen work really hard on their content. Please go give them some attention. My senators and inductees, you guys have been awesome today. Thank you so much. My name is Coin. Most people call me Coin. That's really easy to say. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. I have enjoyed doing this for you guys. We're not that far away from beating this game, and only but so much farther before 100%. Stay safe and take care of yourselves out there, my senators and inductees. You're welcome in my hallowed halls, whether that be in my DMs or on my server, anytime. And with that, goodbye.